right. Thank you everyone for being here today. Friday. Let's see. So we'll just go ahead and start with the call to order and move through the agenda as we normally do. Today is Friday, January 16th, 2026. The time is 9:05 a.m. and the Endangered Species Recovery Committee public meeting is called to order. My name is Jason Omick. Can you guys hear me okay? Folks on Zoom, maybe. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Again, my name is Jason Omick, Wildlife Program Manager with Department of Land and Natural Resources, Division of Forestry and Wildlife. I'll be today's ESRC public meeting chair. Before we get started, just a few reminders. Please note that this meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. Please do not use the Zoom chat feature as this is not visible to everyone in attendance. If you'd like to provide verbal testimony, you may do so in Zoom. If you'd like to provide written comments, please email written comments to the following email address, dofaw.hcp@hawaii.gov. Meeting minutes and materials are viewable online at our ESRC meeting archive website. State Deputy Attorney General will be here today with us and Danica. And let's see. So she'll be here today if we need counsel, ESRC committee needs counsel. We're just gonna go ahead and just introduce DOFAW staff real quick. If folks in the room with me, if you can introduce yourself, we'll just go down the line starting with Jesse.
Aloha kako, Jesse Adams, DOFA HCP staff.
Arsheen Siddiqui, DOFA, not HCP, DOFA staff.
Good morning, everybody. Kelly Yamaguchi, HCP staff. And then Kinsley just ran upstairs, but Kinsley should be here as well.
Thank you, folks.
Sorry, Jason, I didn't hear who the second person one was. That Afshin or somebody else?
Yes, this is Arsheen.
Oh, okay, thanks.
And then Danica, if you can just introduce yourself for us, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Deputy Attorney General Danica Patel. I'm here if you guys have sunshine law questions or other substantive questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Danica. And we'll move to the committee members now. If you can introduce yourself, we can start with Kavika, if you can.
Aloha mai kako, Kavika Winter, ESRC member sitting in the Hawaiian seat.
Aloha, Lindsay Young, member at large, and no one is in the room with me.
Oh, I'm alone as well.
Thank you.
Aloha, I'm Lisa Spain. I'm a member at large on Hawaii Island, and no one is in the room with me right now.
Good morning, everyone. Michelle Bogardus, representing U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I do not have anybody in the room with me right now, but I do have Fish and Wildlife Service employees periodically coming in and out.
Morning, Karen Corto representing USGS, and there's no myopathy.
All right. Thank you all. We'll go ahead and go over the order of business for today. We have 4 items on today's agenda. Item 2 is the vote on the approval of the amended meeting minutes from August 8th, 2025 and December 18th, 2025. Item 3 will be the continued review of the second draft Kauai Island Utility KIUC Habitat Conservation Plan, chapters 4 through 8. As a note to staff, we'll share comments from the previous meeting for the committee members to review and formulate their recommendations from material covered in the last meeting. We invite the ESRC members, the applicant, and meeting attendees to share any additional comments prior to the development of recommendations for the December 18th meeting. Don Hoff with KIUC, Don Hoff with Project Planner will then provide an update on the additional information on behalf of the licensee. Following the licensee presentation, we'll open the floor for public and ESRC discussion and comments. And then finally, item 4 will be adjournment for today. Did anybody have any questions on the order of business? Nope. All right, we'll go ahead and move forward to item 2, which is the approval of draft meeting minutes for the past ESRC meeting. We'll begin with the approval meeting minutes from August 8th. Is there any discussion from ESRC members on these minutes? I see none. Are there any comments from the public?
Jason, the August minutes were the ones that kind of went back for a revisit after the last meeting, is that right?
That is correct.
We have no comments on Zoom,
No comments on Zoom. What about our email?
no comments in the email either.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes. Do I have a second for the August 8th meeting minutes?
1 second.
We'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor, say aye, and please keep your hands raised.
Aye.
I,
Okay. Not unanimous. Kavika, do we have a hand from you or?
No, I'm reviewing the section that I asked to be amended, and it still doesn't quite match my memory. But I'd have to go back and watch the video. I am somewhat satisfied that the time marker is on there, so I'm just gonna abstain.
Okay. Okay. Well, we have enough members to push this forward, so motion passes, not unanimously, but in quorum, and so we will pass the August 8th draft meeting minutes and make them final. We'll go ahead and begin with the approval of the December 18th meeting minutes. If there's any discussion from ESRC members for those draft meeting minutes, please share your comments now.
Jason, I was unable to attend that meeting, but the link on the website is a site not found, so I've been unable to review them.
Same for me.
Yeah, likewise, I think, yeah, just got a copy a little bit ago. So I would abstain from voting.
Okay, we'll check that, and if you guys weren't able to review that, are the links working for us on the website? So I'm not sure if you guys need to like maybe empty your cache or something, pull that back up, but maybe we'll need to bring the December 18th meeting minutes back at another meeting. So it's not working for you either? Okay, sorry guys, we'll take a look and see why that hyperlink is not working. So we'll push this to a future meeting to approve the December 18th meeting minutes. Okay, that's gonna push us to item 3. This is the continued review of the Kauai Island Utility Cooperative second draft habitat conservation plan, chapters 4 through 8. We'll move on to DOFAW. They're going to provide a short presentation on the comments collected from the previous meeting on December 18th, 2025. And Jesse will provide that presentation for us at this moment. So just 1 minute.
I have a quick question, Jason. So with this 2-part meeting that we're having, I'm wondering what the applicant's doing with the previous comments. Are they addressing it in this meeting, or they're going to address it all at once after this meeting?
Well, we have our comments, which we need to provide develop the recommendation slide from that last meeting. So we're going to do that today. That's then going to go to the applicant, and they'll be able to address those comments that we have. But we need to approve a recommendation scenario for them.
Right,
from
so
this.
so I think I understand, but just to clarify, we are not doing iterative recommendations. We are doing one formal recommendation at the end of this two-part one. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we're probably gonna do this in two steps. We're gonna develop the recommendation slide from December 18th meeting, and then we're gonna develop recommendation slides for today. So we'll have two, we might be able to combine it.
I guess I'm just wondering if I should temper my expectations. I'm wondering if I should expect that they will be addressing the issues that I raised last time today, or they're gonna just go ahead as planned.
Can I step in briefly
Oh,
to
sure.
answer Kavika's question? Yeah, great question, Kavika. This is David Zippin with ICF, and the answer is yes. We're ready to respond. We don't view all of these 11 items necessarily as recommendations. You know, I think a lot of them were made as comments before, but we are prepared to respond to every one of them and have a discussion about each one. Yeah, we want to make this as productive as possible today.
Okay, thanks. Just want to clarify the process for my.
I'll review the plan for today in one of my first slides, so we can check in on that again.
Thank you, David. Yeah, I guess we do have all that stuff in the ESRC submittal, so material can be found there. So we'll go ahead and start with HCP staff and then move on from there.
Thank you, Jason. ESRC members, we reviewed the meeting from December 18th and compiled what stood out to us as comments that you folks made, in addition to comments from our sister division, Department of Aquatic Resources, University of Hawaii staff, and the public. Starting with ESRC comments, first we have provided track changes or redline version of all HCP documentation for the current draft, the second draft that we're examining, to the next iteration. Second is apply the precautionary principle and use a more conservative estimate for AO reproductive success instead of 87.2. Use a data set from the past 10 years, including an ENSO, that's El Nino Southern Oscillation Cycle, instead of the current 3-year data set. Also, we'd like the applicant to provide a table listing all demographic parameters used in the model and calculations, along with source citations for where they were obtained, so this information can be easily reviewed. You should be checked. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I make just a brief comment on this one?
Sure.
Part of the issue I had in reviewing the document is oftentimes the source reports were not actually publicly available. So they were sourcing a document that couldn't be accessed to actually review the accuracy of the information. And it's completely fine to cite reports in that, but if those reports are not publicly available, they need to ensure that a link for that report to be downloaded can be made available. So it's not just citing where it came from, it's ensuring that that citation is something that can be reviewed by those reading the HCP. Thank you.
Lindsay, does that update to number 3 capture that for you?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks.
Very good. Number 4, mitigation credits should correspond with the funding KIUC provides to SOS, Save Our Shearwaters program. This is especially advised for water birds where offsets are connected to rehabilitation and tracking of birds through the SOS program. 5, considering the off-island translocation of AO as an additional adaptive management measure can help safeguard the taxon from extinction in case of a major stochastic event. It is noted that approximately 1,900 hectares may not be sufficient to support the projected population.
Can I jump in here for 1 sec?
Sure.
So I think that should be divided into 2 comments because the relative space available and the off-island translocation are kind of 2 separate issues. You know, bigger philosophical issue I have, which is related to off-island translocation, is that we're functionally leaving the management and survival of a single species to a utility cooperative. And so that is not as much giving credit for the applicant, but recognizing we're putting a huge amount of risk into a single plan, and this is to mitigate the risk. It's not necessarily a credit thing, and I know that gets beyond the scope of ESRC necessarily, but that was the intent of that. The secondary comment, the number 6, that's what Melissa brought up. And in looking at data from, wedge-tailed shearwater population density at Kauaʻi Point, this is essentially assuming that if you reach that maximum number through the projected period of the HCP, you're going to have newel shearwaters and Hawaiian petrels at about half the density of shearwaters at Kauaʻi Point. And for those that have hiked out there recently, you can't walk out there. I don't think that this is a realistic density scenario for a forested montane landscape. So I think that's actually a really important note in terms of the population density, which does then dovetail back to needing to find sites either off island or additional ones on Kauai. So they're related, but I feel those should be separate.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
So we have that as number 6 now. Would you like me to add anything to that, Lindsay?
No, just making sure, recognizing Lisa wasn't here and hasn't been able to read the meeting minutes. I'm trying to give her a little bit of context behind some of these recommendations.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Lindsay.
We'll move on to number 7 then. Consider focusing more on landscape level predator control instead of creating new social attraction sites or additional predator-proof fences. Should we move on to number 8? Include comprehensive biosecurity protocols in the HCP and/or land access permits and agreements. We would like to see inclusion of language regarding little fire ants, include a detailed invasive vegetative control plan that protects native plants, and include specific details to achieve this, such as funding and other resources. There are no comments. I'll continue on.
Sorry, Jesse. So I'm trying to see if I definitely made a point in the last meeting that I'm trying to see if it's covered elsewhere on here, and I think it was maybe supposed to have been covered by the one you just read, but made the point that there are habitat altering invasive plant species like Himalayan ginger, guava, Australian tree fern. Those need to be addressed if the applicant's overly optimistic numbers are going to be met. Is that supposed to be included in here, or should that be a different one?
Kadika, this would, based on what else I have on this slide, I would definitely say it should go in here.
Okay, I'm just wondering if that is a biosecurity protocol, because these species are already present in the area, so it's not like, well, I don't know, maybe the way I look at biosecurity, it's preventing the introduction of things, but these ones are already in the space. We just need to make sure that their footprint doesn't increase, and hopefully it actually decreases.
Perhaps we should put it as a separate comment then.
Yeah, I think that would be that would be my preference.
Sure.
Open to other comments from the members. Thank you.
Of course.
Is this something that the applicant's planning to address in their vegetation management plan?
This could be addressed in a vegetative management plan, yes. So should we say something like applicant shall address habitat modifying plants like Himalayan ginger. Kadika, should we include any other taxa like mule's foot fern or strawberry guava?
Yeah,
Sorry,
Would
just,
you-
yes, I think, so there's no misunderstandings. Always good to be clear, but also incipient invasives, which is always into the 50-year plan. There's gonna be something that comes in that we can't foresee. Make sure those incipient invasives are also included. Thank you.
I have applicant shall address habitat modifying plants like, let me see where we're addressing those, sorry. Applicant shall address habitat modifying plants in the proposed vegetation management plan, like Himalayan ginger, mule's foot fern, strawberry guava, and other. Sorry. And incipient invasive species.
And you don't need to write this down, but since the applicant is listening, this is one example of, the comment I keep bringing up about this we need to assess whether or not this is shaped around cumulative environmental benefit. And so by doing this for the birds, you're actually having a net benefit for the entire native ecosystem. And you folks should be speaking about that proudly, in my opinion.
Moving to comment 10. If listed plant species might be affected by KIUC's conservation actions, strict avoidance and minimization measures should be implemented to prevent any likely take of these species. If take cannot be avoided, plants should be considered as covered species in this HCP.
Yeah, sorry, y'all. I know that we're kind of going through the recommendations that we heard from the last meeting. Jesse, just to remind me, is the intention to ask ESRC for a vote on these after this discussion?
Yes, Michelle, that's our usual protocol is,
Okay.
But, I think we need to hear the response from the applicant first before we go and approve these.
Yeah.
We might be able to erase some of these things with their response, so especially
Okay.
this one in general, so.
Because I do think that there's some discussion that needs to happen more around some of these. And I'm hesitating to jump into any one of these, but I do think that I would have some, just so everyone's aware of where I'm at, I would have some hesitation on voting on this block of recommendations as it's currently worded for a couple of different reasons. For this one, the number 10 one, my understanding is that there already is an appendix that has the defined avoidance and minimization measures to avoid take of listed plants, and listed plants are not covered under the HCP, which would mean that they would need to amend if they needed to add them later if they could not be avoided. If we have recommendations on things that we need to see in that appendix to I would say make those avoidance and minimization measures more robust to really feel confident that the applicant is going to be able to fully avoid take of listed plants, then we probably need to have a discussion around that. But number 10, as worded right now, they're not a covered species. They cannot result in take of them.
Yep.
As the scribe, would you like me to change the comment, or?
I guess my question would be, do we think that there is additional measures that need to be added to ensure that take of listed plants is not likely to happen?
Michelle,
And I don't think we've had that discussion yet.
right, maybe I can offer that again. I'll give a presentation on every one of these and respond
Okay.
to each one. So I think I'll be able to give more information about where this is found in the HCP, and then if there's still additional comments or questions on each one, we can have that discussion.
Okay.
That one.
We will continue forwards then. So we have ensure that net benefit and net environmental benefit are clearly expressed and aligned with HRS 195D. Make a clear commitment to protecting ecosystems, especially for covered species, seabird species.
That's probably gonna be something that's addressed to from the applicant, so we move on to the next one.
Okay, moving on. Number 11, referencing the draft EIS, additional power line and lighting minimization options, options C and D, are included and should be considered. If feasible, the law requires KIUC to pursue these options.
Again, I have some, I don't know. Yeah, I think this is a discussion thing. And I would not be comfortable recommending this one if it was to proceed as written.
I was also going to say I don't know how much was talked about power lines after I left after the previous meeting, but there are a couple things related to that we might, I think, add as part of the discussion today. So we're going to continue to add to this throughout the day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Michelle, do you feel like we should defer this one as we expand on the discussion?
Yep.
I remember talking about this quite a bit. Were you not at the last meeting, Michelle? Or did we not
I
record?
was.
So you were? I'm sorry.
I was, yes.
Did you have an issue with it then, or are you just having an issue with the way it's worded? I'm not quite understanding what the issue is.
So number 11 was not an ESRC comment. That was a comment from the public. It was from David Hinken. And while I understand the nature of his comment, I think that's very different than the way in which ESRC might recommend it. And I've got some legal components in there that,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, obviously KIUC is required to minimize and mitigate to the maximum extent practicable, or to meet the criteria, issuance criteria under both state and federal law, right? That's the standard that they have to meet. But what was included in option C and D of the NEPA document is a very specific thing. Like what was included in the analysis for option C and D of the NEPA document does not provide specific analysis of what those actions are. And I think that this is a legal recommendation here, and that is not something that ESRC discussed. So I would not feel comfortable including this in a recommendation that I was voting on.
Okay, that helps.
Okay.
So you kind of just rattled off something that sounded like quoting statute. To the maximum extent practicable, or that or part I don't have in my head. Is that a federal or is that a state or?
I would defer to Danica and the state on how it's worded for 195D.
Yeah, because we're here to assess 195D. Danica, are you able to weigh in, or?
I'm here. I'm confused by the question. What's the question?
Michelle just quoted what sounded like a statute about the applicant
I
must
did.
to the maximum extent practicable, and then she said or da 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 da, and I don't have that or in my head for 195D.
Or provide net recovery benefit.
Yeah, and I do not intend to cite statute. I'm just saying that this is a very specific comment that came from the public, and I think that I would be uncomfortable voting for it as where we are right now.
And again, if I could offer, I'm going to show some slides that respond to those specific elements of options C and D and explain why KIUC believes they're not feasible. So I think maybe we can tackle that part of it first, and then still believe some things are feasible, then, we can have a conversation about that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So we can move on to 12. Okay, very good. Number 12, maximizing minimization as much as practicable has not been achieved and should not be presumed to be complete for the 50-year permit duration. Convert KIUC lights to less than 2% blue emitting lights. This is practical and the technology is available. Motion sensors should also be used. This can be implemented for streetlights in remote areas.
Okay.
I'll just say again, this is another one where it is my understanding that KUC does not have direct control over the streetlights themselves. And therefore, I don't think that I could vote for that when we know that that is a thing that they do not have direct control over.
Heard.
That gets us through ESRC comments or comments that were made that ESRC agreed with. Moving on to the next set, which is Department of Aquatic Resources, University of Hawaii staff and public comments. Obviously, this is no longer number 12, so it'll be number 13. There is a lack of high quality demographic data for both Oahu and A'o. Therefore, using the upper bound in the stable model to authorize the maximum take request for those species does not follow the precautionary principle. KIUC should presume a moderate take request combined with enhanced monitoring to verify model projections. Take requests should only be increased once population projections are more certain.
Yeah, sorry, y'all, I agree that this was a comment that was made. If you're asking for ESRC to vote on this one, I would struggle with voting on it. Maybe I will I'm just gonna refrain for the rest of these because I think we're gonna have more discussion around a lot of this, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's good to know which ones you have issue with, so we could just
Okay.
call that out.
Proceeding, number 14, KIUC should recognize that nest shielding is not an exact science and develop a more comprehensive plan to protect sea turtle hatchlings. Number
Hey,
15.
Jesse,
Yes.
sorry. So we have 3 comments here and we have 3 attributions, DAR, UH staff, and public. It might be good just to put in parentheses which comment is coming from who.
Understood.
Thank you. So the first one is who's that from?
I believe this was DLEC.
So UH.
That's UH. Okay. And I'm assuming the second one's DAR. And I remember the third one is public testimony. So thank you.
All right. And that brings us to number 15. The Upper Limahuli Preserve is a vital part of the HCP. Please continue collaborating with NTBG to ensure this site remains protected.
All right. Okay, so that's all the information from the past meeting on December 18th. So at this point, let's move forward to KIUC and their response and or presentation on behalf of the applicant. I'm not sure if Dave or Don, which
It will be me, David Zippen. So let me share the presentation. We can get started. Oops. Okay, can everybody see the presentation? Okay,
Yes.
great. Well, thanks everyone for your time today. We're happy to be back in front of you. Just wanted to remind you who's also here with me. We do actually have KIUC staff and board members attending and monitoring the meeting via YouTube. Jason already mentioned Dawn Huff, who's our program manager. Zoe Zriloff is the field operations manager. I have a few colleagues joining me as well. You can see their names there. We may hear from John Brandon later. And from Archipelago Research and Conservation, we have Mark Travers. Andre Rain was not able to be here today. He is traveling. So we actually have a response from Andre that Mark will be reading to you in his absence. And Kyle, PS as well, if he's not already here, he'll be here very soon. So I wanted to give you kind of an overview of what my actually two presentations will be and what KIUC's goals are for today. The first presentation is a brief summary of changes that we made from the August 2025 draft HCP from the 2023 draft to the current draft in front of you from August 2025. We've talked about some of those already, so I'm going to skim over some of that, but I wanted you to have a full picture of those changes, just to understand how we have addressed your comments from that set of 2023 meetings, because we didn't really fully get a chance to talk about that at the December meeting. The second presentation will go through each one of those comments that Jesse reviewed with you. So we've been working closely with DOFAW to make sure our responses hit on all the points that you made last time. So we'll go through that in the second presentation, and that can also be, I think, an interactive discussion. And then our goals. Sorry, was there a comment? Okay. Our goals for today are listed there, clarifying the contents of the current draft, especially with regards to your comments from 2023. Clarify the take request and KIUC's commitments for minimization. Discuss your comments from the December meeting. That'll be presentation 2. Any other comments or questions you may have, of course, that's another important purpose of today. Our goal, at least, and I think Jason said this as well, was to end the meeting today with a list of ESRC recommendations necessary for you to recommend the HCP for approval. So we really would like to leave today with a full picture of what you believe is necessary for that recommendation for approval. However, if there are new recommendations not on that list, we're not in a position to decide sort of on the fly live whether to accept those recommendations or not. We'll need some time not only to confer with KIUC, but also confer with Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFAW. Because some of those recommendations may affect things that we've already agreed to with the agencies and could affect their permanent license issuance needs. So we'll follow up with the ESRC on those items either before or at the upcoming February 6th meeting. And at least our understanding of the process is that the ESRC recommendation to approve or deny the HCP to BLNR occurs or must now occur after approval of the EIS. So that is not scheduled to occur until later this year. So any questions on that before I dive in? Okay, great. So substantive revisions on the 2023 draft, just a couple of slides. summarizing what we heard from you. Back then, you had a lot of excellent comments, and we really appreciate the time you took to review the plan and share your thoughts. We tried to summarize them here in brief ways, but I think they fall into some big categories of context for the conservation strategy, more specifics on the conservation actions, and then about power line collisions. Is the collision reduction rate feasible? Can you do more? Can you underground lines? Will new power lines prevent the HCP from meeting its biological goals and objectives? So we've addressed all of these things in this new draft. Also, certainly we heard in 2023 concerns about the ability of the HCP to meet your state standards, including the net benefit standard. We'll talk about that as well today, and the take request. And that'll definitely be a topic today. And then we talked quite a bit about the population dynamics model. That's a major update and revision in the 2025 draft with a new model scenario that provides more realistic projections of future abundance of the two primary covered seabirds. And then adaptive management, which we'll talk about today as well. So that's a quick summary. And then I'll just quickly go through just so you're aware of all the changes that we made in response to that. We now have, we spent a lot of time actually thinking about organizational improvements. How can we summarize data in clear ways? It's a big document. It's a complicated document. We appreciate that too. We created chapter highlights that are only 2 pages. So really a thumbnail sketch of each chapter, what's in it, and how it relates to other chapters. It's at the beginning of each chapter. A new Appendix 1A for all summarizing the data used for plan development. This is a really important part of the plan, and so we wanted to put that up front in the document. And then a new section in Chapter 3 on Kauai-wide conservation efforts, which are important context for the conservation strategy. KIUC is not the only player on the island in the conservation of the covered seabirds or the other covered species. So we wanted to summarize that too for context. And then we have a whole new series of figures that we call infographics. And they all use the same base on the right that is shown there for figure 3-10 and the data availability for the 3 primary regions of the plan that we've defined for the covered seabirds. And one reason we like these infographics is we think they do help explain why we chose the 12 conservation sites in the northwest portion of Kauai. And so that's in part illustrated here with the different color coding of the conservation sites being one region where there is predation, but it's very low with intensive predator management. The Nepali coast also has limited predation, but that's mainly from barn owls. But both of those areas do not have those threats of light attraction or power line collision or other kinds of issues with proximity to human development. And that's really what much of the remainder of the island faces. And we can continue in this series of the infographics to...
Wait, David, sorry, can I ask a clarifying question just to make sure I'm understanding the infographic? So, green conservation sites, okay.
Yeah,
Blue,
right, for the legend, yeah.
Okay, so Nepali coast. So, Nepali is an entire moku on the island. So it's looking like what you have highlighted in blue is the lower valleys to the cliff faces, but not including the upper plateau. Am I reading that or interpreting that correctly?
That's correct. It's meant to encompass the really rugged and mostly inaccessible parts of the Nepali coast because the Upper plateaus are far more accessible to predators. So that's
Right. So the green that's in the rectangle is the upper plateau and not the lower valleys, correct?
It's a combination. I mean, the green are the 12 conservation sites proposed for this HCP.
Some of them are upper plateau and some go down. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Just want to make sure I'm interpreting that right.
Sure. Yeah.
I also have a quick question. So it looks like you've got transit paths for Newell's and Hawaiian Petrel, which is great. Are those from radar or from GPS tags?
Those are from GPS tags. It's from a published study of about, if I'm remembering correctly, anywhere from 12 to 18 birds each species. So relatively small sample size, but a very good picture of where the birds are transiting, both out to sea and also back from sea.
So they're taking essentially shortest flight path out to sea and not going through inhabited areas is the take home from that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think this is a really helpful couple of graphics here illustrating, again, why the conservation sites are cited where they are. Because of the high occupancy of seabirds already in that area, you can see that the dark blue on that map on the right is the current confirmed distribution of Newell shearwater. So this is actually based on acoustic sensors, auditory surveys of not the entire island, but a very large share of the island on both public land and some private land. So it provides a good picture of where the birds actually are, which is also considerably less than the extent of their suitable habitat. And so you can see the dark blue in the middle of the island. That's actually largely on private land. And then on the northwest part, both in the conservation sites and the Nepali coast. And then I'll just flip this to Hawaiian Petrel, where the picture is even more stark in terms of its current confirmed distribution occurring in very limited areas outside of those northwestern portions of the island.
David, I have a question. My understanding, I mean, so we can go back one. There are populations that aren't represented here, and I'm thinking maybe, or that I'm aware of, they at least used to exist. I'm wondering if it's because not all areas on the island have been acoustically surveyed.
That's true, and we do actually have a map in the HCP that shows where the acoustic surveys took place, so you can take a look at that to see what may have been missed. But this is also current confirmed distribution. So if there were areas that used to support Newell's and no longer do, they would not be showing on this map.
Okay, well, I just want to point out to my fellow ESRC members that the entire island of Kauai has not been acoustically surveyed, so this is not a comprehensive representation of the entire population.
No, that's correct, but I encourage you to compare the areas surveyed acoustically with the mapped suitable habitat. And the majority of that map suitable habitat has been surveyed acoustically. So you're absolutely right. This is not a census. This is not 100% coverage, but it does cover the majority of that map suitable habitat. And just a couple other points here. I mentioned the threat levels being low in northwestern Kauai, but very importantly is site management, feasibility, and these sites be accessible for the intensive management that needs to occur. And then also at the conservation sites, we know from the call rates at each one of these sites, which have been measured in some cases since 2014, that we're seeing very measurable and statistically significant growth in those call rates. And published studies have confirmed the correlation between call rates and abundance. So this is a good indication over a fairly good time period that these are not only occupied, but successful and growing populations with management. Something that the ESRC talked quite a bit about in 2023 is confidence levels in the conservation measures. Will they work? And so we had a lot of discussion about whether these conservation measures as written would work. And so one thing we did to address that was at the end of each conservation measure in Chapter 4, the conservation strategy, we've included a section that explicitly describes what we believe is our confidence level in the success of each of those conservation measures. Now, it's very qualitative, but it does, I think, address that concern a little more clearly. And one of those concerns was also in the efficacy of power line minimization and whether KIUC could actually achieve the minimization rate that they said they would. In the current draft, the 2025 draft, that target, that commitment actually is 66.4%. So that's the reduction in power line strikes, power line collisions against the baseline prior to minimization in 2019. And so we actually added 3 tables for you to look at. They're all 4-2, A, B, and C. The first looks at minimization efforts by year to show you how that's been building since 2020 until last year. And then also Table B in that series, the impact of minimization on kind of the worst offenders, the 15 power line spans with the very highest collision risk. And that goes up to, prior to minimization, 235 collisions per year that are estimated on that one particular span. And that shows you what the estimated reduction in collisions is for each of those spans post-minimization. And those percentages go up to 95, 96, 97%. So that's really substantial and impressive that we can achieve those kinds of reductions in certain spans. And then this third table that's shown here is addressing the question about I think there was a misconception that KIUC was only focusing minimization on the high collision risk spans, and that's definitely not the case.
Hey, David, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
We're seeing table 4-2C. We're not seeing the other tables, the A and B.
That's right. I'm not showing the other 2.
Oh, okay.
I'm just describing them, sorry.
Okay, no problem.
They're kind of large, so they weren't really well suitable for a PowerPoint.
Well, the one table that shows the percentages of the minimization, I thought was really helpful, but we can maybe bring it up eventually.
Yeah, I'm happy to pull it up later if people want to see it. I agree that's a pretty compelling one.
Okay.
And that is actually reflected on this table here too, in that column of high collision risk. So there are not that many spans, a pretty small percentage of spans considered high collision risk. And KIUC has focused a lot of attention on those, and as a result has been able to reduce strikes by an average of 85% over all of those high collision risk spans. So I think that's reflected there and takes into account that 95, 96, 97% reduction of certain spans. But there's quite a lot of focus on the medium and low collision risk spans, 61% and 59% reduction, respectively, for those. But I think the important point here is you can see the low collision risk spans are defined as less than 6 collisions estimated per year. And it gets increasingly difficult to squeeze more minimization out of these numbers because well, I'll get to that in a later slide, but I think this particular table may help to illustrate why that's the case. All right, we've added a few figures as well, again, in response to ESRC comments from a couple years ago. You wanted to see maps of both the absolute number of collision reductions and the proportional reduction of collisions on the island. So this is one of those two new figures that we provide. And this one is showing the predicted annual collision reduction in percentage terms. And you can see, for example, on Powerline Trail, the collision reduction proportion is that highest category of 86 to 100%. And in other parts of the island, we see certainly the second highest, the third highest category. And in other parts of the island, the collision reduction may be quite a bit lower. There's some very small segments that are still showing red, and that may be because they're already quite low. So the proportional reduction may also be low. So it certainly came up in public comments in 2023, and again for the 2025 draft, sort of why not more? Why not do more power line minimization? And I'll just make some of these points here, but I'll come back to this comment in the second presentation to address this a little more directly. Just to review the commitments that KIUC does have in the current HCP, they're substantial. They're also ongoing, and I think that's maybe a misunderstanding of the nature of the minimization. In order to achieve that 66.4% reduction compared to 2019, KIUC has to maintain all of those structures and facilities and systems through monitoring, repairing, replacing the bird flight diverters, the reconfigured lines, and all new power lines constructed will cost more because they're designed to minimize collisions even more. The commitment is 80% reduction for all new power lines, and that may include additional flight diverters or reconfigurations as well. So that minimization is already designed to expand as the system grows over time and as the island population grows. So KIUC is projecting to spend over $2 million a year over the entire permit term just on this measure of maintaining and expanding those power line minimization commitments. So I do think that's pretty substantial. Now, the current initial minimization was completed in May of 2024. But I think what you have to remember is KIUC planned all of that minimization back in 2020. And that's actually when ICF joined the project. And at that time, most were anticipated to be finished during HCP implementation. We thought the HCP would be done a few years ago. And so actually most of that minimization was scheduled to be finished during HCP implementation. But of course, that wasn't the case. The HCP took longer than expected for a variety of reasons. But KIUC chose to continue to implement that minimization as originally planned in order to benefit the covered birds, all the covered birds, rather than delay them. So that's just a reminder of what that was, those three sub-bullets there: removing 95% of the static wires with collision risk, installing bird flight diverters in almost all spans with collision risks, and then those three major reconfiguration projects. I think I addressed the next bullet already with that previous table. And then we'll cover sort of why not more again in the next presentation. The question also came up in 2023, and this is addressed in part in the EIS, of why not underground power lines. Sounds like a simple solution where you can remove power lines and entirely eliminate collisions. But it's not so simple. They're very expensive to install. And that results in higher electricity costs to residents and businesses, something KIUC as an electric cooperative is very, very focused on. It also can cause substantial other impacts to, of course, surface and underground resources like cultural resources. And it's not an easy trade-off. The lifespan of the equipment underground, all else being equal, is shorter than the lifespan of the equipment above ground. So it tends to have higher replacement costs. It's also vulnerable to different risks, flooding, saltwater intrusion. And while repairs might need to be done less often, they are more costly and more time-consuming and disruptive. So it really is not sort of a simple, easy swap. KIUC did bury 1/2 mile of distribution lines on Kahili Mountain. That's noted in the HCP, but that was a very unique situation of power lines crossing a ridge line where the two covered species occurred. So again, this was addressed both in the HCP in Chapter 8, as well as an alternative that was considered but rejected in the EIS. The question also came up about why not more streetlight minimization. This just highlights what's already been done, but I will address this in the next presentation because there were more specific requests both from ESRC and the public. So I want to address those specifics a little more clearly. Some other important changes. Recall that back in 2023, we had one or actually two conservation sites that were not identified. We called it Conservation Site 10. It was our placeholder at the time. That's now been identified. And you can see that in the map in the upper right, the Upper Manoa Valley and Upper Manoa Valley PF, which is our predator exclusion fence. So two conservation sites that are identified. And you can see the details there in the bullets of the size of those two sites. KIUC has been doing conservation actions there, predator control, invasive plant control, for actually quite a while. It stopped in 2022, but has resumed as of 2024. So there are a pretty sizable group of neural shearwater at that site. And that is the last predator exclusion fence to be completed under the conservation strategy. And that's in process now and is scheduled for completion next year. We also added some new tables and new figures listed there to clarify the conservation sites, their ownership, their management, their history, the locations, as well as proposed fencing and types. Lisa, I know you had that comment last year about fencing, who manages it, what is KIUC responsible versus DOFAW. So that's in that new figure 410. There was also concern expressed at the time about, well, what happens if there may be new power lines, new streetlights that could interfere with the conservation sites. Now, the HCP actually goes into quite a bit of detail now about why that's very unlikely in our view because of the remoteness of those sites, the rugged terrain, the land use designations, some of which are sort of state designated conservation areas that would prevent that. But nonetheless, working with DOFAW and Fish and Wildlife Service, we designed this new process as collaboratively for a special review of new power lines or new streetlights in northwestern Kauai in the area shown there in purple. So this map and a description of that new review process by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFAW is described in a new appendix, Appendix 4E. And it's just meant to ensure that before anything is actually installed and operating, the agencies have an opportunity to verify that those new facilities would not inhibit the HCP in achieving its biological objectives at the conservation sites. That's KIUC's goal as well, honestly, but as we've heard, KIUC does not control where new power lines need to be built or new streetlights need to be built. So this is a check on that process to ensure the integrity of the HCP. Okay, so now into the new modeling scenario for seabirds. This is just an overview, and we can get into more details on this later if you'd like. But just wanted to recap sort of how we got here. The 2023 draft included the model scenario that assumed a pretty steep decline in the underlying metapopulation of the two covered seabirds, shearwater and petrel. And the ESRC at the time was concerned that that was overly conservative and requested a scenario that was more realistic. And so that is what we tried to address in this draft. We recognize that there were some limitations of using that worst case scenario only. We now call it the worst case scenario, but back in 2023, it was the only scenario. So it didn't have that name. With the worst case scenario, the maximum population increase that's possible for the covered seabirds was 3% per year, and that is without any anthropogenic sources of mortality, no predation, no light attraction, no power line collisions. And at least in our view, that it was very low compared to other seabirds. So it just seemed unrealistic. The continued steep decline in the metapopulation based on the one radar site where there was a minus 11% per year decline was also not consistent with 3 independent data sets, and I'll go over those briefly in the next slide. The radar monitoring, the power line monitoring, and the SOS recoveries. And then finally, and very importantly, we felt pretty strongly that if the worst case scenario was our only scenario, that would substantially underestimate take occurring, primarily power line collisions. And so we would be likely in a situation very quickly in implementation where a permit amendment would be needed because that very low take estimate would likely quickly be exceeded. So as I mentioned, we have the stable trend scenario in the current draft. This is a new scenario based on more recent trends in the last 15 years, so since 2010. It includes or is based on the radar data that's collected around Kauai from all 13 sites. I'll show you a map in a minute of where those data are collected. Also consistent with the power line strike monitoring data that KIUC operates and SOS recovery. So the underlying assumption of that stable trend scenario is that the Kauai metapopulation of both covered seabirds has been stable since 2010, and that's shown in that graph on the lower right, in contrast to the graph on the upper right, that is showing what would the population decline look like if it was based on that one radar site that showed that steep decline. So I think what's really important about the 2025 draft is that we do have both scenarios included. And that might seem counterintuitive, but we believe we do need both scenarios in the plan. They do use different biological assumptions. So those are derived by fitting the metapopulation trend to these particular data sets. The worst case scenario, we believe, provides a plausible minimum benefit estimated from the HCP. So again, plausible minimum benefit. So if conditions are really bad, what is the minimum benefit that we can achieve with the HCP and still demonstrate the full offset and net benefit? So it's a floor. It's what we have to meet in order to achieve those regulatory standards if the worst case scenario is indeed reality. The stable trend scenario is also a plausible estimate, maybe of an upper bound, but it's a more realistic estimate of maximum take from power line collisions. And I'll explain what that means in a minute, because the take request, I think, has also been confusing to people. So I want to be sure folks understand it. So the next slide, and just to kind of reiterate a note, it may be tempting to take pieces of each model scenario, but they cannot be compared because they are using different assumptions, and that would be internally inconsistent. So I promised I'd show you a map. This is the map of the 13 sites that the Kauai Endangered Species Recovery Program uses to conduct the radar surveys annually. And for the worst case scenario, we adopted for Newell's Shearwater, the one radar site with the lowest population index. In other words, showing an 11% decline at that one site. That happens to be at Hanalei. For Hawaiian Petrel, it's a different site, number 3, Waikalua Stream. But we just chose that one sort of worst case scenario to apply to the population, the metapopulations going forward in Hanalei to Kekaha, in that large central part of the island where those birds are most susceptible to power line collisions and to light attraction. So in the stable trend scenario, we used all 13 of those data sites from around the island, and the trend that you see here starting in 2010, where the trend appears to be stable for Hanalei to Kekaha based on that radar data set. And we see the same thing with the other 2 data sets. So this is just listing those 3 data sets, the KESRP data set for radar, KIUC's data set for power line monitoring, and the SOS program data collected by Save Our Shearwaters. And they all line up in terms, now none of them are proof that the population is stable. We're not claiming that. We're simply saying that based on the best available data we have, and we believe these 3 data sets represent that, that we should be assuming a stable trend for the take assessment. So what does this mean for the 2025 draft? The stable trend scenario does assume a larger starting metapopulation abundance and a greater maximum intrinsic growth rate. So remember I mentioned earlier, 3% was the most that Newell's Shearwater could grow under the worst case scenario without any impacts on the island. For the stable trend, that is, and we call that our max, for the stable trend, that's 8%. That's actually creating a positive metapopulation growth outside of the conservation site. So instead of, in the worst case scenario, Hanalei to Kakaha is declining substantially. It actually is growing outside of the conservation sites in the stable trend. So what does this do to the take request? Well, what's really important to understand is that the take request is directly tied to the metapopulation abundance itself. So as population increases, power line collisions are projected to increase. When the population decreases, the metapopulation decreases, power line collisions will also be projected to decrease. Because the rate of collision is essentially a fixed variable. Small things may change with vegetation around power lines. Power lines may get modified in small ways, but overall, across the island, that is really a very stable rate. So the important variable is the metapopulation size itself. So the take request is all strikes, all collisions, and that includes mortality, injury, and what we call no observed injury. So I'll come back to this again. It also includes the indirect loss of chicks and eggs from adult mortality and injury. It includes light attraction from KIUC streetlights and facility lights, and conservation management actions. But what's also important to remember is that 98 to 99% of the take request is from power line collisions. So that really is driving that number. And the reason it's a range is it's 98 for Newell Shearwater and 99 for Hawaiian Petrel.
David, I have a question on this slide. Do you know what proportion of the metapopulation the conservation site populations represent?
Proportion, well, you'd have to say at what point, right? Because it varies over time during the permit term, and which scenario.
Well, okay, so what I'm looking at is for right now, you're essentially you're saying that the metapopulation is the larger population that's not in the conservation site are the ones hitting the power lines. So they're the ones that the take is essentially going towards. Is that a safe summary of your assumption?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you're saying the growth that is being attributed across the whole population is being attributed almost exclusively to the conservation sites, correct?
No, only in
You're saying
the
it's
worst case scenario is that the case. So in the worst case scenario, when the Hanalei to Kakaha subpopulation and others are declining, by the end of the permit term, almost all of the birds remaining are in the conservation sites. So
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but in the stable trend, that's not the case. The conservation sites are growing, of course, at an even faster rate. And other subpopulations are also growing. Now, that may sound counterintuitive, but if you think about it, because power line collision minimization is, let's say, at 2/3, because we're assuming we'll achieve that rate with the minimization measures. If those subpopulations exposed to power line collisions are growing, they're also going to benefit the most from that power line minimization. So the minimization helps a lot more when you have a growing population exposed to that threat. If the population's already declining and has an intrinsic decline, they're going to be extirpated regardless. It's just a question of when, depending on those threats. Because the smaller and smaller it gets, the less and less power line collisions matter, because it's just very few birds left.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what's represented in the initial decline graph that you put down there. What you're looking at historically in a species demographic parameter is an extinction vortex, because 93% of the population was already eliminated prior to this HCP coming into play, at least in human historical times that we've been monitoring them. So with the meta population you're talking about, there's still other threats aside from power lines. There's still predators, which I think everybody acknowledges. And when you talked about the conservation sites across the island, there's no predator control in the vast majority of the meta population. And I get that you're basing it off of radar data across the island, but as Kavika, asked you guys and you answered, you haven't actually done radar data across the island to really assess the entire meta population. So I do take issue a little bit with assuming that the meta population is going to grow when no active colony management is going on in that site. And so that's what I'm trying to get at of the question, the initial question that I asked, of what proportion of this meta population do the conservation sites represent, and is that truly enough? And I know it's going to change over time depending on what stage of the HCP, but let's just say now as our starting point.
Yeah.
How is that going to raise up the rest of the population given the multitude of threats that those birds are facing?
Yeah, if you give us a minute, I can come back to that request in a little bit later, because we have graphs that show exactly that
Okay.
over time. And I think that will illustrate it better than me trying to explain it. It'll just take me a minute to find them. So let me, I'll ask my colleagues, Rose and John, to maybe locate those, and then I can come back to that, because I think that's a great question. Okay. Yeah, I guess I actually covered those points at the bottom of this slide, so I will go to the next one. And that is the take request in the 2025 draft. So I explain why we've based that take request on the stable trend scenario. And I think there's been some confusion about what that take request actually represents. And this table is meant to help illustrate that. The take from mortality over 50 years, and this is from all sources of covered activities in the HCP, is that left column. And the take from mortality is what is driving the results in the population dynamics model for the two covered seabirds. Take from injury is shown in the second column. And by definition, the birds that are injured survive. They go on to reproduce later. But for the covered seabirds, we've assumed that those injured birds do lose an egg or a chick in that year in which they were injured. So that is factored in to the take from mortality. And then that third column is also part of the take request, but it is no observed injury. It's simply a strike that is identified, that is measured, that is then estimated. But that strike, that collision, does not result in either injury or mortality. So that number in that third column for the two covered seabirds, at least, is 42% of the take request. So you can really basically subtract that from the total when you're thinking about the necessary offset and the necessary contribution to a net benefit, because what we are offsetting is that first column is the take from mortality that includes the loss of eggs and chicks from those injured seabirds. So just wanted to clarify that, because the take request is not the same as the number of birds lost. And I think that's been a confusion. Okay, and then a little bit more detail here in the stable trend scenario, showing that same higher take request in more context of some of the results of the model. So I mentioned earlier, we have a larger starting total abundance of the Kauai meta population. The assumptions are shown there for the two seabirds. And then we have the estimated annual mortality from those covered activities, including indirect take of chicks and eggs. That represents either 2% or 1.1% per year of each of those meta populations. That, of course, will change over time as the meta population grows and as the amount of mortality grows. But the proportion remains relatively stable. The 50-year mortality is shown there, same numbers as you just saw in the last table. Same with non-lethal injury. And then we have the estimated total abundance at the end of the permit term of each of the covered seabirds, and then just a simple subtraction to show that net increase. So this is what's important to convey regarding the sizable number of the take requests for the covered seabirds, is that amount of maximum take would only occur if we're seeing this level of growth in both the conservation sites and the rest of the island. So what's really important is recognizing the impact of the taking within this scenario, if this stable trend scenario turns out to be reality, because we have estimated a increase of the metapopulation of both species several fold, even with the additional mortality that's occurring from minimized power lines.
Hey, David, sorry, I'm having a little bit of a hard time following. Seems like
Yeah.
you're bouncing all over this. I just want to be sure we're following. We can see your mouse. I'm wondering if you could just move your mouse over to which area of the table you're referring to as you're speaking.
Yeah, great idea. Yeah,
Thank you.
happy to do that. So I was trying to explain these last two rows. The second to last row is just the net increase in the metapopulation. So in other words, it's just subtracting the starting total abundance, the first row, from this ending total abundance. So it's simple subtraction of what is the metapopulation island-wide at the end of the permit term versus the beginning. So net increase of just over threefold of that metapopulation with minimized power line collisions and light attraction. For Newell Shearwater. For Hawaiian petrel, the story's even better. We get a 10.5-fold increase in the metapopulation at the end of the permit term versus the beginning. So I think the conclusion here is that despite what seemed like a higher level of power line collisions, the metapopulation is far more able to absorb that level of collision because of those underlying demographic parameters this model assumes in the stable trend. And you would never have this level of take occurring with the worst case scenario. It's not possible, right? Because the population in Honolulu Kakaha in the worst case scenario is declining, meaning power line collisions are also declining, not increasing. So that's why we think, if this stable trend scenario does turn out to be reality, well, honestly, that's a great outcome for the species. Now, yes, there's more power line collisions, but that's only a function of the growth in the metapopulation that's being experienced both at the conservation sites, although I guess that does not affect power line collisions, but mainly the growth that's occurring outside of the conservation sites. So I know that's a lot to absorb. We'll come back to it. I'll show you some graphs.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe we can move on to the worst case scenario, just as sort of a comparison here. And I'm almost done with this first presentation. I know this is taking a little while. This is the worst case scenario for the 2 covered seabirds, 3 covered seabirds, but we don't have a model for bandrupt storm petrel. Starting total abundance, you can see, is quite a bit lower than the stable trend. We have estimated annual mortality from covered activities. Again, quite a small proportion of the metapopulation, about 1% or less for each species. And then moving to the ending total abundance, I'll use my cursor here. The ending total abundance of the metapopulation is lower at the end of the permit term, lower than where it started. And that is because the decline is so steep in the metapopulation outside of the conservation sites, a minus 11% decline. So that's really hard to overcome until that, and again, this is all in model land. This is not reality, most likely, but you can't overcome that with growth in the conservation sites until that Honolulu to Kekaha subpopulation gets very small.
Hey, David, your mouse, I don't see your mouse anymore. Are you trying to move it?
Sorry, if I don't touch it, it disappears. I didn't.
Yeah. Sorry, can be sure to try to put your mouse over where you're referring to. So
of course. And so while the net increase in the metapopulation is negative, in other words, there's a net decline in the absolute number, what's very important in this worst case scenario is that the growth in the metapopulation is positive. And I'll get to that in the next presentation, Kavika, because this speaks to the net benefit question I know you have. So we cannot demonstrate a net benefit simply by numbers here. It's not possible. But we can demonstrate net benefit under this worst case scenario that we don't think is real with other metrics. So we'll get to that. Okay, just 2 more slides and then we're done with the first presentation. Maybe a good time for a break too before the second one. Just quickly, we did update the Waterbird take request to incorporate some more recent data. The Waterbird take request actually went down a little bit for all the species, all 5 of them. And you can see the data sources here. The Mana area in the southwest part of the island is still the only area with the full range of monitoring data available. I can explain that later if people are interested. But it is very similar to Honolulu and other parts of the island where these species occur. And so we're using that data as the basis for the take estimate throughout the island. We've also added a handful of birds, 10 birds each for Hawaiian goose and Hawaiian duck, of possible injury, no mortality, but injury at the conservation sites over 50 years. And then this is the Waterbird take request summarized in a little bit more context for you, and I'll walk you through it. The average annual Kauai metapopulation here is shown at the top. So these are ranges because of the uncertainty in some of these numbers. And the sources are listed at the lower left for each one. And then the average annual mortality is the second column. So again, this is just like the seabirds. The take request is the number of strikes. The mortality is a subset of that. So the mortality we've estimated is for 3 of the species, less than 1 bird per year. For Hawaiian duck, it's slightly less than 2 birds per year. And for Hawaiian goose, it's slightly less than 5 birds per year. Again, average mortality from power line collisions. Total mortality over 50 years, the injury is listed here for context. Total take from conservation sites, again, no mortality, only injury for 2 species. And then the second to last row is the assumed 50-year recovery and release by the SOS program. This is based on recoveries and releases for a number of years up until 2024. And you can see those numbers here, and we simply did a simple subtraction of, say, 85 minus 11, the total mortality estimated over 50 years, and then we have a net gain over the permit term. Now, a handful of these may be from KIUC power line collisions, and that's subtracted. The rest are from other sources of mortality, from disease, from maybe vehicle collisions, from predation, lots of other sources of mortality. So we believe these are good estimates of what that benefit is. And you can see the net gain is sort of way more than 0. So in other words, SOS is able to recover and release far more birds than KIUC is estimating would be lost from power line collisions. Okay, quickly on chapter 6 and 7, I'm not going to spend much time on these. We have clarified and added some new adaptive management triggers in chapter 6, table 6.2, table 6.3. You can see some of the questions that were addressed with those new triggers.
David, not to interrupt, I just wanted to ask one quick question on your previous slide.
Oh, yeah, sure.
About the net gain. You have you're using that, you're not including the injury. Let's see.
In the simple subtraction, correct. Yeah, we're not including the injury here because birds injured, again, we're assuming this is non-lethal injury. Birds injured would go on to survive, reproduce, contribute to the population. So we don't believe that those should be subtracted. However, even if you did subtract them out, the number gained over the permit term is still greater by a long shot of mortality and injury combined. So I think we're pretty confident that we're providing that net gain.
Okay, yeah, I have to think about that a little bit.
Yeah.
But thank you for your explanation.
We've tried to clarify chapter 6 regarding the effectiveness monitoring, conservation site monitoring, social attraction monitoring, and updates in the future to the Bayesian model based on new information, just like we already had for the population dynamics model. Finally, in chapter 7, implementation, we have added a changed circumstance, a wildfire. We've updated the extreme weather events and natural hazards section to reflect current climate hazards. You can see some examples of that in the figures on the right regarding fire risk. And there's a new appendix, 7C, with supplementary data that is explaining those updated climate projections. And then here's just an example of both flood maps and projected sea level rise as well. So again, these are in Appendix 7C if you're interested. And last slide, we've clarified KIUC's funding assurances to meet that very important permit issuance criteria for the state and the federal agency of assured funding. So we take that very seriously and have added a new Appendix 7B with additional supporting information on the financial health of KIUC and their ability to pay the estimated costs of this HCP, which are considerable. Okay, so I would offer Jason, maybe we take a 5 or 10 minute break, and then I can do presentation number 2, which would walk through those 13 or 14 comments that you had at the beginning.
Sounds great. Thank you, David. So yeah, we'll take a break for 10 minutes and we'll come back 5 minutes before the hour. Aloha, everyone. Welcome back. We'll go ahead and David, you had your second presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, I do. And before I do that, though, I wanted to share information that will answer Lindsay's question from earlier.
Okay. And I just wanted to say, Dave, I really appreciate you being here and working with us the last few days on all of these things and providing some clarity to some of our questions, and just want to put that shout out. So thank you.
Happy to do it. All right. So Lindsay, let me share this for you. So this is for Newell Shearwater under the 2 model scenarios. And we pulled this data from table 5.8 as well as appendix 5D, just calculated the percentages ourselves. I don't think we actually report the percentages in the HCP, but you can see under the worst case scenario.
Sorry, Dave, we're not seeing anything. Are you trying to share a slide?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't click. Thank you, Kavika. All right, that should do it.
We now see a Word doc, looks like.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we just did this on the fly during the break just to provide a simple table from the HCP showing the proportion of the Kauai metapopulation that the conservation sites represent at the beginning of the permit and at the end, and under both scenarios. So that's what the percentages represent. And so you would expect under the worst case scenario, the conservation sites to represent a pretty small proportion at the beginning, and that's true. But by the end of the permit term, they're 2/3 of the size of the Kauai metapopulation because of that very steep decline, minus 11% growth outside of the conservation sites. So again, also to be expected. In the stable trend, they start off being a smaller proportion, just because we're assuming a larger metapopulation abundance outside of the conservation sites. The starting conservation site abundance is the same for both scenarios, but we assume a larger share happening outside of the conservation sites. And so that proportion declines at the beginning, but it also grows to be almost half of the metapopulation on the island.
So, okay, this is helpful to see. Thank you. I think this would actually be really helpful to include in the document so people can evaluate the proportion that is being protected of the overall population and what those growth rates are contributing to.
Okay. We can consider doing that. Yeah, like I said, all those numbers that are shown are already in the plan. It just takes a little bit of pulling them out to do the calculations. But I'm glad that's all right.
Can I ask another clarifying question? Kind of based on something that I know Lindsay brought up in the December 18th meeting, which was the size of the areas protected. And this says that there would be 234, well, just call it 235,000 birds in the conservation sites at the end, correct?
Correct.
And I guess my question would be, is given the size of the conservation sites, do we believe this many birds can feasibly habitat, be
Occupy.
there?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a fair question and definitely something we have considered. The total area of all 12 of the conservation sites is about 2,000 acres. So I just wanted to clarify that. I think in the comment summary from before, it was listed as 1,900 hectares. It's actually just under 2,000 acres, so that is different. And the honest answer is we think it will support that number, but we don't know. And we've never seen these birds reach what could be a carrying capacity. We know that they can breed in very high densities. We've certainly seen that with other species like wedge-tailed shearwater, but we have never observed that with these particular species. Now, I think there's a variety of things that could happen if you started to reach those abundance levels. We explore that and describe some of that in Appendix 5D for Newell shearwater. So we're trying to account for that. But again, we're not claiming that the stable trend will actually happen. We're saying that is the outer bound of what is a plausible scenario. And I'll leave to the seabird experts to say more about what could actually happen at the conservation sites themselves. There's always the potential for spillover into adjacent areas. There's certainly suitable habitat immediately outside of those 12 conservation sites. They may not be managed as intensively for predators, but there's more space, I guess, is the point. But yeah, we just don't know. And I think that's actually how adaptive management can be really helpful in a plan like this, that if those growth rates do turn out to be close to the stable trend, and we do see these kinds of excellent growth rates in the conservation sites, and if we're starting to see effects of density dependence on those growth rates or problems with just physical space, that's what adaptive management is for. That's a great problem to have, frankly, with these birds, that we can adjust how we're managing those sites, possibly adjust the size of the conservation sites. But we're going to have so many birds that there'll be options to address that.
David, just a quick clarifying point. Are these pairs or number of individuals?
John, I believe these are individuals. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just, this is Kyle from Hallex. I just wanted to add one thing as we do think about this, the number of birds filling these sites, and we're looking at areas, which I do think is an incredibly important question. But the reported areas are all planar areas, and it's just important to consider the topography of these sites. They actually have much higher surface areas than the reported planar areas, which you have to get into GIS and calculate that. But it is going to be much, much, much more surface area in these extremely steep, slopey areas than the planar areas reported.
That's a great point.
That's a good point. It'd be good to see what those numbers are, though. So
absolutely, and I just ran a quick, just on a couple sites, calculation. Kauaʻi, for example, I think it comes in at 81 hectares planar, and it's about 101 draped hectares over the topography. That was real quick and dirty, but it's looking to be about a 20% increase across the Ho'onaupali conservation sites.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm glad you brought it up, Kyle. So Lindsay, the issue you brought up earlier with comparing these sites to Kaena, guessing Kaena is more of a planar area, and if you increase that by 20%, well, does that help to address your concern at all, or are we still a little bit overly
Yeah,
optimistic?
it does, as well as the confirmation that these are individuals and not pairs, because we measure Kaena in terms of number of pairs, not individuals. That cuts it down by half right out of the gate. And so knowing it's acres and not hectares, all of those things, I still think it's on the high end, but it's one of those, I hope we get to that point numbers. And the birds once they get to numbers like that, they'll let us know where they want to go. It's not going to be determined by the lines we draw on a map.
Yeah, so you're okay with this upper bound number of 234,991?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. I don't think it's plausible. I think they'll move outside of the conservation area is the reality of it. But that's something that, like David referenced, we can discuss that in adaptive management if need be. I don't think we can predict where they're going to go if they exceed a density that they're comfortable with.
Yeah, good to know. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to switch gears to the second presentation, and this will get into more of a back and forth with everybody on your the comments that Jesse walked us all through at the beginning of the meeting. So I'll start with this and want to make sure the presentation is visible.
Let's see, Karen has her hand up.
Yeah, sorry, I was like, before we totally move on, can I ask one question for one of the kind of model inputs for the non-lethal birds, the injury birds? Is there information on survivorship of those? Like, does SOS have that? Do you guys, I mean, is that assumption that they all survive when they're released? Is that something that's kind of accepted?
Oh, you're talking for water birds?
Like, no, for the yes, for the
Seabirds
petrels.
as well.
Yeah.
Well, the important thing for seabirds is to remember that we do not, in the population model, we do not account for those seabird rescues because your point is a good one, that we don't actually know the survivorship of birds released. There have been some very limited tagging studies where birds were followed for several years. And there was, it was of course not 100%. It wasn't zero. It was somewhere in the middle. But because of that uncertainty and that very small sample size, we just simply did not include, we excluded from the model the seabird rescues and releases. So we do not account for those.
So that is then it's assumed that they're not mortalities though, right? That they're not take, like they're not fatal. They're assumed non-fatal take.
That's correct.
Like,
They're
so
as injuries, but we also do not account for the benefits quantitatively in the model, if that makes sense.
Sorry, I do want to make sure that y'all are talking apples to apples here. Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that you're asking about birds post collision. And David, I'm worried that I don't know, I'm worried that we're hearing two different things. One is birds post collision and what constitutes injury and how that's taken into account in the model versus the birds, the fledglings that are brought down by light attraction and go through SOS and the outcome of those birds. Two different sources of take here. So it might be good just to tick those off as separate things because I think that they're accounted for in the models in different ways. David, did you understand my?
I do.
Okay.
Yes. And actually the SOS recoveries are a combination. It's not just light attraction. Some of the birds they recover probably are from power line collision, but you're right. The majority are light attraction. And of course, for water birds, it's only power line collisions. There is no light attraction. So I don't have I can pull up a slide for it, but Chapter 5 goes into a lot of detail about the assumptions we used for allocating the strikes to either mortality or injury or no observed injury. And that's actually based on over 6,000 hours of observation of people actually in the field under power lines watching for collisions and then watching the birds immediately after the collision occurs. So we have a data set for that where we know the fate, at least immediately after the collision, of a number of birds. It's around, I think, around 150 or so actual collision observations. Mark Travers could certainly speak more to the details of that. And so it's from that data set that we've made some conservative assumptions of mortality versus injury versus no observed injury. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'll look at that.
Great. Yeah.
Carefully. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and please tell me if someone has a question. I'm not always looking at the Zoom screen while the presentation's running, but I'll try to do that. Okay. All right, so just some quick opening remarks on this. I think this is maybe not news to people. The HCP is very important to KIUC. Obviously, they're investing a lot of energy and money and time in getting this across the finish line, getting it approved, and doing so much implementation as we're doing it. We're in the 7th year of working really closely with Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFAW to complete the plan. We really do appreciate ESRC's time today to review it. And KIUC will consider further revisions to the HCP if they're necessary to meet state regulatory requirements for an HCP. So that is certainly important to them. So comment number 1, I'll just walk through each one and I'm repeating the comment here. Unfortunately, I couldn't make live edits to the comments as Jesse was revising them earlier today. So there'll be a little difference on some of them. And Jesse, maybe you can help me with those differences. But I think this is the same, provide a track change or redline version from the current draft to the next iteration. So we know the final HCP will be published along with the final EIS. That will be out for a brief public review period. And KIUC will certainly consider publishing a track change version of that final HCP to compare it to the 2025 version. I only say consider because if we do need to make very big changes to certain chapters, I don't think a track change version is going to help a lot. It's just going to be all red line and strike out. And so we'll certainly provide it if it makes sense to do so. And I'll pause after each one because I want to be sure we're addressing your concerns and questions. Okay. Comment number 2. So this is about reproductive success rate and utilizing a more conservative estimate. So a number or an assumption lower than 87.2% for Newell shearwater, as well as utilizing a 10-year data set instead of the 3-year data set that we are using. So before I talk about those bullets, I wanted to give Mark an opportunity to read Andre's response. And Andre actually responded to 3 of your comments, and I believe, Mark, you're going to read Andre's response to all 3 of them. Is that correct?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, hear you fine.
Yes, Andre wrote Word document responding to each of the 3 questions. I will do my best to read these. It's a fairly long response, so bear with me and let me know if you can't hear me very well. So the first question is related to reproductive success rates. The comment that I can see before me says the rates are too high. Recommend using 10-year data for both species. So, Andre, I just wanted to give some background on the challenges of monitoring reproductive success in the colonies. So both species breed in deep, sparsely distributed burrows at remote sites, helicopter only for most sites. They're accessed once a month. And so contrasting this with coastal breeding species like the wedgetail, where you can visit frequently. Additionally, 30 burrows at each site have cameras on them. They are used both to assess predator interactions and to help assess bird activity and fledgling success. So to calculate the reproductive success rate, for the purpose of the HCP, we divide the number of burrows which successfully fledge a chick by the number that initiated breeding in that season from all burrows, where an outcome is known from that season. Because we do not actually see birds fledge unless they're on a camera, fledging is gauged from cues around the burrow that indicate successful fledgling occurred, such as the presence of incubating adult during incubation, followed by confirmation of a chick during chick rearing, followed by the presence of down outside the burrow during the fledgling period. This method of calculating reproductive success has been approved by the agencies throughout the HCP process and has been used for over a decade. So to quickly summarize that, they're using all the cues available to identify that the bird made it through the season if a camera wasn't present. When a camera's present, it's obviously more easily done. Andre's noting that this is presented in the annual reports, and he pulls a quote out of one of his recent annual reports. Note, this is likely to be an overestimate of true reproductive success rate, as each year there will be an unknown number of monitor burrows where breeding did not in fact occur and the burrow failed. But they were not considered in the reproductive success calculation as it was not possible to actually confirm breeding. And this is mainly because the burrow was too deep to assess whether an egg was ever laid. Therefore, another more conservative measure besides the primary measure is also included in these reports for additional consideration. And the calculation goes as follows. It's the number of fledged divided by total number of monitored burrows that were confirmed as active. So this is not including prospectors or the birds that are outcome unknown. So this is a bit more conservative. This second calculation, both are provided. Collectively, they can be considered to assess the total productivity of the management site. So with those two calculations in mind, Andre's pointing out that the agencies have accepted the first method for the reproductive success calculation. So Andres also goes on to point out that in most recent years, these RS rates have remained constant and high once management actions funded by KIUC were finessed to the current level. This clearly indicates that management actions, particularly predator control, are effective and is a cause for celebration. It is worth noting that these results are mirrored by the camera data collected on active burrows at all management sites. And secondly, that ever-increasing call rates from acoustic sensors deployed across each site, which demonstrates that breeding population is increasing as a result of these increased reproductive success rates. So the results are clear. You remove the predators that are targeting the endangered birds, they'll be able to fledge more chicks. As Lindsay points out, the same situation and equally high RS rates have been recorded on Lanai too, thanks to their management actions. So that's great news. We are seeing consistent response across multiple islands. So using the 10-year average of the RS rates as suggested during the last ESRC meeting, will bring these HCP target rates down because it covers a lengthy time span and includes the earlier years when management actions were still in development. In these early years, there were multiple differences from how management is occurring today, including, for example, fewer good-natured traps at each site, lower distribution of cat traps, less effective methods for targeting barn owls, etc. The reasons why we are now in such a positive place with seabird reproductive success rates is because of the hard work of the predator control teams and the science they have employed to direct their management actions in the most optimal way possible. The reason why KIUC opted to use the 3 years only, 2019, 2020, 2021, is because predator control operations were by that point standardized and laid out in the HCP, and thus one would expect RS rates to remain at this high level moving forward. And this is consistent with KIUC providing a high target for their HCP management and monitoring methods and contractors. So that's a response to question 1. I don't know if anyone wants me to clarify anything there.
No.
Go, Lindsay, but I have something
No.
after.
Kavika, go ahead.
So I wasn't the one who brought up the El Nino thing, but I think that has to do with the survivorship of returning birds. So in a bad year, you'd have less birds returning, and doesn't matter how good your predator control team is, it doesn't, if they're not coming back, then your numbers aren't going to stay high. And I think the issue is, if I'm understanding it, is that you're basing all these numbers off good return years, and over the next 50 years, it's not going to be a good return year every year. But maybe whoever brought that issue up might want to clarify, but that seems like an issue.
Yeah, Kavika, that was part of why I wanted to see the expansion of the data set. So I don't doubt that they're achieving those rates, and the predator control is awesome. Those are all good things. Those are to be commended. The part that you speak to, Mark, about you revised methods and improved that, as well as El Nino, I think are actually really important, because the HCP does lay out the best practices, but over the course of a 50-year document, like I said last time, probably none of us on this call are going to be alive at the end of that 50 years. I hope so, but almost certainly it will be different contractors going through that process. And even if those best practices are outlined in a document, adopting them in the field is a totally different story. So the fluctuations in quality that you see would happen anytime you switch a contractor doing this, even if they have a playbook of how to set a trap. It's different from doing it in the field. And so I think just the precautionary principle to protect the applicant, to protect the birds, is to utilize a longer data set. El Nino has pretty huge effects, especially on tropical seabirds. And we haven't really had a strong one in a while. So that was kind of the 10-year data set thing to get at least one El Nino in there. So I think the fact that there was variability prior to the 3 years is actually what we're trying to capture, recognizing that over the course of a document this long, or a term this long, you will have climatic variability and you will have contractor variability. So we're both stating the same things, we're just presenting it from kind of different viewpoints.
I think too, at least what I was reading to you guys is about rates. So it's initiated, successful burrows based on the number that are initiated. In terms of El Nino affecting the number of birds coming back, that would be a different calculation. But we're actually not really seeing very much fluctuation from year to year in the number of birds coming back. So that's a really interesting aspect of these species.
Yeah, thanks for that discussion. And maybe just to continue on and conclude this item, just the bullets on the slide here. An important reason we only used a 3-year data set for now is that not all of the conservation sites have 10 years of data. Also, for the sites that do have longer data sets, as Mark said, those reproductive success rates are actually pretty consistent, but we wanted to be consistent in the data applied to each site, and take into account the advances in predator control more recently. But I think going forward, KIUC will certainly consider adaptive management, calculating reproductive success rate targets using all available data for each site. So as the HCP progresses, of course, there'll be more and more data available with which to calculate a more long-term rate. And I think we're going to see those changes over time, perhaps. So, I mean, I think this is, again, a great application of adaptive management. And honestly, KIUC is the one that is comfortable with the current reproductive success rate. That is a part that's baked into the biological objective for the 2 covered seabirds, 1.3 and 2.3, I believe. So that is a requirement to meet that. And if they're not able, or if we find through adaptive management that rate is somewhat too low, somewhat too high, those are the kinds of things that we can address, I believe, in adaptive management.
David, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just one comment. We have a definition for adaptive management and when that's implemented, and usually it's after a strategy is developed and may not be working and you need to make up something. And so can you explain why you would consider this an adaptive management technique rather than a strategy before that, that adaptive management may be triggered eventually? I'm just a little confused.
Yeah, I'll point you to chapter 6, which let me find the section. Just give me a second. Yeah, we do have in chapter 6, and hopefully that's now showing on the screen for you. This is in table 6-3, so the effectiveness monitoring for all of the conservation sites combined. Let me make this a little bigger. And turn off comments. You can see here, we do have an adaptive management trigger for the reproductive success rate based on that 5-year rolling average. And we have another one for Hawaiian petrel as well. And then there's some specific adaptive management triggers for individual sites below that. So again, the adaptive management response is meant to be flexible because the cause of that trigger could be a variety of things, and therefore the response to that trigger needs to be tailored to the likely cause. But those are triggers that would ensure adaptive management discussions would occur with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFAW. And if more detailed monitoring or investigation was needed, that would occur as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, we may have a comment on this later. I'm just gonna formulate it a little bit. I mean, what's here in the adaptive management table makes complete sense to me. My question was a little different. So I'll get back to it.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, so maybe I could rephrase my concern in a more productive way or generative way for the purposes of this discussion. But before I do, maybe I just want to clarify what Lindsay, I thought there was a publication, I don't know, decade ago. They were noticed following, I don't know if it's an El Nino event. What I kind of remember was there was a climatic shift and the upwelling location where the birds feed shifted from the spot that they usually are, and then the return that year or the following year was drastically or significantly less. Do you remember that paper?
I don't know off the top of my head, but there was a lot of stuff that went on specifically in 2015 in the North Pacific that interacted with seabirds like across the tropics as well as, the California current system in different ways, depending on where their foraging was. But in general, especially keeping in mind newels are tropical seabirds. They stay in the tropical realm. Hawaiian petrels don't. They go into colder water, and the transition zone where the two bodies of water that's a little bit north of us interact is really important, especially for Hawaiian petrels, and it changes location in terms of the latitude of where it's at, depending on La Nina and El Nino. And that's what really will influence foraging for these guys, is how far their commute is to the food. And so it actually really shows up in reproductive success. It'll ultimately change recruitment dynamics too, but we see a very strong signal. For instance, in albatross, we can almost predict when it's going to be a strong El Nino based on how many birds come in and then what their reproductive success is the year prior. So
Okay.
I'd need to dig it up, but there's a lot of literature on this.
Yeah, I thought it was one of Andre's papers. Too bad he's not here. But anyway, so that aside, so I guess David, what I'm not a climatologist. I have colleagues who are, and when I hear them give their presentations, they talk about decadal oscillations. And I think part of Lindsay's issue, which I would agree with, is looking only at a 3-year data set in the good period. So it doesn't catch that decadal oscillation. And so I guess my question for you is, as this HCP is currently drafted, if we hit, potentially 2 or 3 decadal trends of lower return rates for these birds, obviously not KIUC's fault, but that would impact the end population number. And I don't see that addressed here at all. I'm wondering what might happen if 10 years from now we enter a climatic shift and the birds are clearly not on a trajectory, but it's out of KIUC's control.
Yeah, great question. And I'll give you a response in a few ways. And also maybe this is a topic we may want to continue once Andre's able to join us, because I know he has thoughts on this too. The HCP actually already builds in the kinds of at-sea changes that you're discussing from a variety of sources. It wouldn't necessarily even be due to an El Nino. But we have a change circumstance defined in Chapter 7 that is for, I'll just say, challenges at sea where there are factors outside of anyone's control that could be affecting the population. So there is at least a process defined to address that. Now, certainly hard to imagine. We can't affect what happens at sea, but we could do more on land to address that possibility. There's funding allocated for that as a remedial action. And again, a clear process to address it with DOFAW and Fish and Wildlife Service. So that's one.
Sorry, can I just clarify what I heard?
Sure.
So there's in Chapter 7, I believe you said, there you folks acknowledge the potential for this. And if there's a change, would this count as adaptive management if it's out of your control, but nonetheless throwing off your end number? Or
not quite. Yeah, change circumstances are a little different. Here's the actual section in the document where we do have to address reasonably foreseeable changes in the environment and how they may affect the ability of the conservation strategy to perform in the way we hope and expect. And this is one of them. So we have a number of change circumstances, disease outbreaks, new invasive species, severe weather, even vandalism of the conservation sites. And so we're trying to address population declines due to issues at sea in that way as well. And that is a separate pot of money allocated for remedial actions to address that.
okay. It might be good to, I don't know, I see decadal shifts or decadal oscillations is not climate change. It's just something that happens naturally. So maybe consider adding that in there.
We can consider that, yeah. I was also going to add that another way we are addressing these kinds of this variation is, remember that as the population, the metapopulation varies, the level of power line collision will also vary. So if there is a year or a series of years where there are issues at sea, where the metapopulation is declining, we would also expect take to be lower. So while the performance of the conservation sites is very important, at least we also know that at that same time, the mortality from the covered activities will also be lower. And so that just simply, again, triggers that adaptive management process to see, hey, is there anything we can do? Do we simply ride this out and hope that we can recover? Or is this a longer term pattern where we have to adjust our expectations of the performance of the conservation sites?
Okay, that's a good point. I wasn't considering that. But regardless, I think if there was a series of bad years that's out of your folks' control, it would impact the end number.
It could. It wouldn't necessarily. Again, there could be strong recovery.
Yeah.
After.
So I'm just wondering if at some point we get into a decadal oscillation and it's like 5 years in a row of numbers that aren't looking good, and you look at the trend and it's, ooh, we're not going to hit that original number. I'm just wondering what that triggers once if and when that happens and we all realize it, what
happens? Yeah, no, it's a good question. And I think what you're getting at is essentially the outer limits of what we may be able to accomplish with adaptive management, right? Adaptive management is adjustments in how we're implementing the conservation measures. But there may be something we need to do if something very serious occurs that is even outside of what we're defining today as a conservation measure. And in those cases, that would be a permit amendment. That would be essentially reanalyzing the plan and reducing the take allocation, reducing the performance of the conservation measures, bringing them back more towards what we think of maybe reality at that time. But it probably means a reanalysis of impacts, a permit amendment for 1 or 2 of the covered species. So that is also built into the plan. If we reach that limit of adaptive management, that really does trigger the permit amendment process.
Okay,
Hi,
that makes
David.
sense. Yeah, I was just wondering.
Sorry,
Oh,
Vika,
yeah,
do you
Melissa's
mind
here.
if I just, hey, Melissa
Yeah.
Price sitting here on behalf of UH. David, one of the things I think we've been asking for is understanding how long it's taken to get to this point. We should have things written in that there are triggers. So if essentially something like what you and Kavika are describing happens, we should have a plan for what happens, not have to go through a multi-year permit amendment process, but have a plan in place to say, if we have a 5-year rolling average that dips below X amount, resulting in being projected to not meet goals, we will X. And I think that needs to be written into the permit, especially given the long time span of this permit, so that we're not going through lengthy amendments. So that's one of the things we've been asking for is, while there might be some new things that could come up, as far as potential actions that aren't available today that could be available tomorrow, I think there's enough things we could anticipate that you could write stuff in at this point for what you would do and not have a delay in action that requires a permit amendment.
Well, I think we're talking maybe about two separate things. One is what the action is, and then I think your point as well is how much time it takes to implement that action. And our goal with the adaptive management program is that all of those triggers are meant to be signals, early warnings of a problem that may occur. Doesn't mean that there's a serious problem occurring, but it may occur. So it's triggering an assessment and an analysis of, okay, what's going on? And if there really is a likely problem, then we need to take action and address it. We cannot anticipate, I don't believe that we can anticipate every context that may be occurring when those triggers happen. This is a long permit term, and there's going to be changes in our knowledge, changes in even perhaps how data are collected, and how we can assess those challenges. So we're not comfortable, and it's actually very difficult in my experience to predefine those specific actions. We also have to address the federal and state regulations, which do define when a permit amendment is triggered. And I mean triggered in the regulatory sense, not in what the HCP says. And that's up to the state and the federal agencies to decide when a permit amendment is appropriate. Again, we cannot, predefine that to necessarily avoid it. So that may not answer your question, but that's where we stand.
Well,
Yeah.
for me.
Well, there's uncertainty. I think that you're attributing a higher level of uncertainty than we need to this. For example, there are lines that are not being modified to include reflectors. There are different kinds of things that essentially are not being done in this existing HCP that essentially we could have automatic triggers in place to increase the degree to which those kinds of actions are taking place to further minimize mortalities and or increase reproductive outputs. So Kavika, sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, I just was curious what DOFA staff thought about this issue and if it had come up in their discussions at all. Yeah, I just wanted to hear their manao.
Yeah, this is Jason Omek. Yeah, it did come up and, we were kind of like, there's a multiple step process for the adaptive management and we were kind of on the advising, why don't we just jump to step 2 where there's some sort of plan or information that can be followed there rather than going through multiple steps. I think it's, I can look at this in a couple different ways too. It's great that we have a signal and we're going to try to figure out what the problem is, but a signal is a signal. It's like, it should just go straight into, implementing an adaptive management measure. And so those are our thoughts. If you want more clarity on that, I can try to provide more clarity, but when you look at the
picture
adaptive
here,
management table, there's multiple steps. There's a process to go through the adaptive management. Here, he's bringing this up. And one of the
I guess I would
steps.
just
Go ahead.
add that the goal should be to try and avoid the need for an amendment wherever possible. Melissa's right in that sense. And having a robust adaptive management program is important to ensure that we are reasonably anticipating what things might occur, what those early alerts might be, and taking steps to address them in the implementation of the HCP so that it never rises to the level of necessitating a permit amendment in the first place. I think we all, I don't know, I think we all share that want and understanding of what we want to see in a robust adaptive management strategy. There are always going to be circumstances that are so far beyond the bounds of what we can reasonably anticipate that it may well necessitate a permit amendment. And I think that there are bounds to what we can reasonably do in adaptive management versus which things we just have to acknowledge. Those are so big and so we can't put our hands around them that if it happens over the course of 50 years, it's probably going to necessitate a permit amendment. My hope is that we have a adaptive management program here that is robust enough to deal with the vast majority of issues that we can foresee right now. So, looking at this table that's in, David, correct me, this is chapter 6, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think for ESRC members, we've dealt with this with a lot of the different wind HCPs and many other HCPs where adaptive management is fairly, I'll just say, not as robust as we would like to see it. Here, I think that we have a pretty extensive set of tables with early warning signs and responses. I think the question that I would pose to us is, are there things specifically that you would want to see in adaptive management that are not already captured here in these tables? And going back a couple of years, I know that this is something that was a topic of discussion at the 2023 ESRC meetings, and it's certainly something that Fish and Wildlife Service has been very concerned about the quality of this adaptive management strategy, partly because of the issues that we have all experienced together, and partly because, let's face it, this is a really big, complex HCP with a lot of moving parts and a high degree of uncertainty. And that puts an extra onus on this adaptive management strategy. So we've had pretty high involvement in the development of these different triggers and responses, and they are tied directly to those metrics of success. If you see areas, though, that need to be addressed, or either that are missing or that should be more robust, I think we need to be able to talk about that.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I brought up, is the decadal oscillation impacts on population is not in here, I don't think. And I'm assuming it's because it's out of their control to mitigate against, but nonetheless, it's going to impact the success of the HCP. So I don't know how to deal with that.
So I think it's a really good point, Kavika. My first suggestion would be, number one, we need to include that language as part of the changed circumstances, so that changed circumstances addresses a little bit more of what that could look like. But then also, David, maybe you can go to, well, actually this, where it currently is, might help. For example, if let's say there is decadal oscillation happening and they are not able to maintain the 87% reproductive success at Upper Limahuli. I'm just using the page that's in front of us as a general example. And presumably, if it was that type of a global level, I would expect for that to be happening across multiple different conservation sites and not just Upper Limahuli, but let's just roll with it, right? If that happened, that would be an adaptive management trigger, and it would initiate this response. And we would be all getting together to identify specifically what needs to happen in order to make changes to their management that would hopefully address that reduction in reproductive output. Now, if that's a multiple year thing, then potentially that means a higher degree of predator control. Potentially that means increasing work at a site. Potentially, if one site is not producing, I don't know. I'm hesitant to predetermine what that response exactly would be under those circumstances, but the goal would be to try and address as much as humanly possible under adaptive management before having to jump to a permit amendment.
Yeah, thanks for walking through that. That's helpful.
Yeah.
I guess I would want to make sure that the applicant is in agreement that if there was some climate factor out of their control, that they're still beholden to the 87%. And no matter what, if they're not hitting 80%, no matter what the cause, that they would need to enter into adaptive management.
Well, and this is the whole purpose of, the comments I put forward. I think collectively, we are absolutely not going to hit that 5-year rolling average every single year. And we should be anticipating that now, as opposed to talking about how to deal with it with adaptive management. So I don't, again, disagree that those numbers have been hit for 3 years, but I think that there are any number of reasons, both climatic as well as logistical and on the ground things that might make that happen. And we should anticipate that now rather than having to relitigate this in 5-10 years, whatever it might be.
Michelle, you were pointing to and if you can go back to what you were showing on the screen, just for the sake of everybody else, the adaptive management triggers and actions. Both response step 1 and response step 2, the kinds of words that I'm seeing there are meet and confer, evaluate. I don't see the word implement. And that's my concern, is that this is the kind of thing where right now there are minimization actions that are not in this HCP that we all can anticipate could be added. If you're not hitting the 5-year rolling average for reproductive success, then that means that you need to further minimize the number of mortalities that you're occurring. That's something that can immediately be done. in addition to figuring out how to fix why reproductive success isn't as high as it needs to be. And so that's the kind of thing that I want to see. Response step 1 should be, oh shoot, we're not going to get enough reproduction. We need to further minimize. And step 1 should be implement further minimization actions or something like that. Lindsay, you've managed a number of seabird colonies. Do you confer? Do you wait 3 years to implement? I mean, what if you're not getting the responses you need, what are the actions you typically immediately take to rectify that, right?
Maybe I could respond, Melissa, to your points, if you don't mind, just before Lindsay chimes in, she can think about an answer too. I mean, first of all, we do have data back to 2011 at some sites, and we did not see drops in reproductive success rates in 2015 or since then. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that in all of those El Nino years, there's going to be dramatic declines in reproductive success. But again, maybe disagreement among experts here. The second point is I don't agree that increasing minimization should be an automatic response here. And I think that's our point, is that we are finding that we can do small adjustments at the conservation sites and perhaps increase reproductive output. That can perhaps produce a much stronger and important increase in conservation site output than it would by implementing minimization that could take a much longer time to implement, cost a lot more, and actually produce fewer benefits for the birds. Because of the way power line minimization that remains is distributed so widely across the island and is occurring on these spans that only have moderate to low collision risk remaining. So it's so context dependent that we're not comfortable writing in hard triggers because, frankly, I think we're likely to get it wrong as to what's best for the species at the time that trigger occurs.
Sorry, am I just, you mentioned that there are specific things that you could immediately think of to implement to increase reproductive output? Because that's exactly what I'm looking for. Is there stuff we already know you could do? If you don't want it to automatically trigger further minimization, but you have ways that you could, immediately respond in increasing reproductive output, fantastic. I just want to see action, have a plan ahead of time. We don't need to spend, a couple years talking about a permit amendment or whatever.
I agree with you, Melissa, too. This is kind of our same thoughts. It's almost like we would like to see the adaptive management steps combined into one, where it's, yes, U.S. Fish and Wildlife DOFAW is notified, but then boom, it goes into some sort of maybe we can have a time-bound plan for, the next season, seabird season. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to have like strict dates. We know that there's a lot of other moving parts that, we can't put these like specific dates, but I think, having the next breeding season or something like that as a time-bound and combine these two adaptive management steps into one. So notification and then evaluate and implement by next breeding season or something like that. Those were kind of our thoughts. So that was my thought process on combining these two adaptive management steps. It feels like one of the first step is really not needed.
And the one thing, David, I appreciate that there wasn't a dip for newels. Is that the same for both species, Hawaiian petrels and newels in 2015?
Yes, sorry, Dawn Huff. Yes,
Oh, okay.
Lindsay, that was, we did not see a drop in reproductive success rates, call rates, or population estimates at any site for any of those species across the years in the way that we would expect to for an event like that.
Okay, so even regardless of that, though, I think we can all agree that it is almost a certainty that there will be a change in contractor or methods at some point during the term of a 50-year permit. So even if we go based on the best data. You had noted changes in methods to improve upon, which is awesome. But again, giving people a document to implement those and the actual implementation in the field are two different things. So I think anytime that a contract comes up or that people move off island, there's still a learning curve that will impact things to a certain extent. So I think there's a whole suite of variables that we don't know the outcome to.
Understood. And we can consider this. I think one of the issues we frequently run into and that we are having with this one is we have experts providing different guidance. But this is understood your points on the RS rates. It is something that we can consider and talk about internally. If I could, I also wanted to respond to the concern about adaptive management and wanting to identify specific responses. We're uncomfortable identifying specific responses because the response would be guided by what the problem is. The purpose of the evaluation is to try to better understand the problem that's causing. Let's just take, for example, the RS rate that we were looking at before. If we see a drop in a reproductive success rate, the first thing we do internally as a team is look at all the data we have and evaluate what we think may be contributing to that drop. In our experience, that is frequently linked to predator control, but not always specific to a type of predator control or a type of predator. So our response might be to increase predator control of a particular type, or it might be to increase density of a different type of trapping for rodents, for example, for rodents. So the purpose of the evaluation is for us internally to review the data, talk with our team experts for predator control and Andre for the colony monitoring, try to dial in what we think is happening that is lending to the problem, identify a solution and a timeline by when we can implement that solution. If it's a simple solution, or a simple action that we've identified that we think will address the problem, like increasing density, that's something we can do very quickly. If it's a different scenario that involves something that may take longer to implement, then the timeline would be driven by the action that we identify and the length of time it would take us to incorporate that action. So I just wanted to make sure everyone understands those aspects of the process.
Yeah, I think I hear you on the process. I think what we're hammering on is the fact that there are things we can anticipate and we can have a plan in place. So for example, if you're running a business and you can anticipate that there are going to be years where you don't make enough profits to keep everyone employed, and in fact to cause you to go under, you're going to have a rainy day plan. And you're not going to sit and talk about it for a couple of years before you implement that plan. You're going to have something that immediately triggers to be put in place, at least if you want to stay solvent as a business. In this case, we're talking about species extinction. If there are things that we know could be implemented immediately to make up for the fact that we're not achieving the numbers that already are quite terrifying in regards to the 30-year outlook for the species, if there is anything we can anticipate right now that could be implemented immediately while you work on fixing whatever problem's happening, we should have those be automatic triggers, because otherwise, in the meantime, you're not making up for the mortalities that are being caused under the HCP.
Yeah, I want to make a comment on your point, Melissa, about the timing of these actions, because I think there's also this inference that people are drawing that the time between the trigger and the action is going to be years, and that is just not the case. The incentive here is already for KIUC to meet its metrics, those very clear metrics, including this one for reproductive success rate. So it becomes a permit compliance issue if the action they need to take is not implemented as quickly as reasonably feasible. I mean, I believe, and I'd be curious to hear Michelle and others weigh in too, that the plan is already ensuring the action will occur as quickly as possible. And I would just echo what Dawn said, is that we do need at least some time to assess what the most appropriate action is. There's a lot of examples in the document about various actions that could be taken. We also talk about those in the text of Chapter 6, and also as remedial actions to some of the changed circumstances. So I disagree when you say we don't have a plan. I think we do. That's what the HCP represents. And the HCP is intended to force that action to occur in as quickly a time frame as is reasonably possible.
I hear you. Having sat on this committee for 5 or 6 years now, I think what we're basing this on is the fact that in the 5, 6 years that I've been on the committee, we still don't have an implemented HCP. And so as much as we can avoid having to spin on things through things we can anticipate, plan for, and write into the HCP, it'll save everybody time and money down the road and spending on things we don't have to because we can anticipate them ahead of time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And we want to save time later in implementation as well. If there are very specific recommendations for those actions, we're open to hearing that. So I think that's part of why we're here today. It does sound like we need to do some more thinking on this. Maybe it's something that would also benefit from Andre participating. So I would ask Jason too whether we could move on. We are actually right at noon. And we may need a break for lunch, and then we can move on to we're only at comment 2. So we have 4 hours left to get through all the rest of the comments.
Yeah, thank you, David. Yeah, I just want to reiterate my comment again. It's like, I know it may be hard to put time bounds or timelines on implementation of an adaptive management thing, but there's a lot of things that are known, like, oh, okay, we do know that it's a predator, it's a rat problem or something. You can go straight on to adaptive management. The plan is, and so my only thought would be like, if we can have some sort of language that just says, we'll have a plan to you by this time, like, it doesn't have to be implementation by this time, but a plan. And so I think that's reasonable. But there's a lot of things, there are times that you have to evaluate what is the problem, and we're going to have to figure out what's going on. But if it's a known problem, like predation or something like that, and something can be triggered right away, then it should just say do consultation, develop a additional predator control plan, or however that's going to be increased, and just move on from there. But so I just wanted to make myself clear that it would be nice to see an adaptive management table that has some sort of timeline that we would receive a plan, and that would just kind of give us a better target to continue to move forward. But
Jason, I apologize. I wanted to thank you for that clarification. I think the HCP already has that commitment in that plan for addressing adaptive management where we have not met the triggers needs to be included in the annual report. I don't see an issue with referencing that in the adaptive management tables because it's already in the HCP now. And if that's helpful in terms of reiterating that timeline that we've committed to for making sure that we get you that plan, that seems like an easy segue to make between chapter information.
okay, thank you, Don. Do you guys want to? Do we want to hit another comment, or do we want to break for lunch at 12 and we can come back in 40 minutes?
I could use a break.
Okay. All right, we will convene at 12:50 and take lunch at this time. Thank you, everyone. Aloha. All right. Hopefully everyone had a good lunch. I wanted to just throw out, I don't know, we were gonna lose Lindsay at 2:45. And so maybe as we continue forward to see how far we get through the rest of the document, on when we would like to end today. Do we want to end at 2:45? Do we want to keep going? We should just see how far we get. But we do have availability in a meeting for February 2. So if there's some stuff that we don't finish today, we will have quorum on the February 6th meeting to try to finish what we don't finish today. So I just wanted to throw that out there. So 2:45, we're going to lose one person, but we'll still have quorum. And so the closer we get to that time frame, we can kind of make a decision.
Who we gonna lose?
We're going to lose Lindsay at 2:45.
Oh.
But she.
And y'all, I'm gonna have to step out briefly, not for very long, but briefly at I think 1:45-ish. But I was intending to be back within half an hour.
Okay. So it looks to me maybe that once we get close to 3, we can put the call out if we want to stop at that point. But let's see how far we get. But we will have Lindsay, Kavika, Karen, Lisa on February 6th. So if there's some stuff that, we want their input on and we don't have it today, we can have that on February 6th. So just putting that out there.
What's the primary on that agenda?
We don't have an agenda for the February 6th yet, but it would be just to, if we don't get through all of our comments today, and then we'll be pushing that to the next meeting. Again, as I mentioned previously, we're not going for recommendation for approval or anything yet. That's not going to happen until after the EIS is accepted by the department, and then we'll have another meeting to do that and wrap up whatever other loose ends that may be there. Yeah.
But we have no other forecasted items that will be on the agenda besides meeting minutes approval and KIUC continuation.
Okay, yeah, so no other new meeting item agendas will be on the next February 6th meeting. We're just accept approval of minutes, which we didn't do today. Yeah. I guess we can start where we left off.
That's great. Hopefully you can see the presentation and comment number 3.
Yep.
I think this one and the next one may be relatively quick, and then comment 5 is the one that Lindsay had at the last meeting about translocation. So I want to be sure to get to that while she's here. So why don't we start here? The comment was providing a table listing all the demographic parameters used in the model and calculations, along with source citations, so that information can be more easily reviewed. We'll consider doing that. It's not as simple a request as it may sound, because, of course, there are 2 species, there are 2 models for each species, and some of the demographic parameters vary by age class. So there's 6 different demographic parameters for 4 different models, and so you can see that gets pretty complicated quickly, but that information is in the appendix. We can consider pulling that at least into a format that's a little more easily reviewed.
And just a request to make sure any reports that are referred to are actually available for the public to be able to evaluate the data independently.
Okay. Moving on to the next one. Comment 4 was about mitigation credits corresponding with the funding KIUC provides to the SOS program, particularly for waterbirds, where those offsets are directly related to that SOS program. And just a few points here to mention and clarify is that really the goal with that level of SOS funding commitment in the HCP, and as a reminder, that's $300,000 per year that inflates and goes up with inflation each year. That amount is intended to be sufficient to support a dedicated rehabilitation facility that not only serves KIUC's needs, but of course is a resource for the community. KIUC did discuss this proportional funding idea with SOS, sort of tying funding to the level of birds or the number of birds that are rescued, rehabilitated, and released. SOS told us that that was really not in their best interest because of their need for that base level of funding just to remain open and operational. And there really is a relatively small proportion of birds handled by SOS that can be directly tied to KIUC streetlights and power lines. And so, we were just concerned that proportional funding approach, if it was really applied strictly, would actually reduce funding levels to SOS. So this was something we also discussed quite a bit with the agencies. They felt similarly that this fixed dollar amount, which is one of only two things in the whole plan where we say we're going to spend a certain amount of money. Everything else is tied to an action. This was unique, and we felt very important that it needed to be a dollar amount, and that KIUC is not claiming credits for any birds that are addressed or covered in other HCPs. So that is certainly the case with this funding.
Is there, so the funding that goes to SOS is more of a net benefit measurement?
For the water birds, yes. That is our primary measure or primary action to measure net benefit for the covered water birds. Yes, is the funding to SOS to operate, remain open, and recover, rehabilitate, release all the water birds that are turned in.
So there may be information there. Oh, I would suppose there would be information from SOS that shows wildlife coming in from other sources that can be tied and that could provide information on where these birds are coming from, kind of thing. I got to think about where I'm trying to. I got to think about that comment again. Still, sorry. Keep going.
Jason, I think what it is it's an accounting problem, right? So we need to be able to know how many birds are being offset by this $300,000 per year. And because SOS handles a lot more birds than just those that are directly impacted by the actions of KIUC, how many should be credited to KIUC to help make up for the number that are intake? So I don't know if maybe Michelle can speak to their perspective on how that calculation is done. If I'm understanding, is that your question, Jason?
That is my question. I just wanted to understand, yeah, that if they're using this as a net benefit, like what's that portion? Yeah.
Like an example would be a nene coming in that got hit in the head with a golf ball. That's clearly not.
Well, I'm going to say
related
the
to
same
KIUC.
thing Chipper said last time. But yeah.
Can you please mute yourself?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So for David, when you had your water bird slide up and
Yeah.
you have those numbers in there, I got the impression that the mitigation for those was the SOS money, but then now Jason's asking about net benefit. So could you clarify that for us, please?
Yeah, it's both. Yeah, the net benefit that we're claiming, so it's both an offset and a net benefit. So it is both. We're relying on the SOS program for the offset and the net benefit for all 5 of the waterbird species. That's correct. And I'll make, just to address Melissa's earlier point, it was only until recently that the SOS program is addressing the other HCPs, and just until the last year or two, KIUC was the only funder of that program. And recently they've been receiving grants to supplement that, which is used for other purposes, very specific earmarked purposes. And SOS does charge other HCPs for use of their facilities, and those birds are allocated by the HCP. So we're not counting rescues and releases, for example, that might be turned in by the Kauai seabird HCP. Those are not in our totals.
Thanks, Dave. David, that helps a little bit. And just to go back a little bit on your statement, DOFAW does provide actual funding every year for many years to SOS, and so does the Fish and Wildlife Service. So there's other funders besides KIUC, but I'm sure you might be aware of that.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. I was actually going to jump in and clarify that KIUC wasn't the only funder, but the primary funder by the majority of the funding came from KIUC until a few years ago. So yeah, thank you, Jason. That's right.
Thanks for clarifying.
So I understand this wasn't a problem in the past, but clearly it's becoming a little bit more complex, which is a good problem for SOS to have, but it is something that we need to consider. I think Jason's question still stands. How is that accounting done? Am I understanding that the money that comes in from elsewhere, there's credits? I mean, it's not even like all the money comes in from HCPs. Like you're saying, some of the funding is state provided, other kinds of things. So how is the crediting determined for who gets credit for those birds? And again, I don't know, Michelle, is that something you can speak to? I don't know if I'm just confused here.
At a very broad context, KIUC cannot they cannot mitigate by offsetting through someone else's take, right? So take that is permitted under someone else's habitat conservation plan, they are ultimately responsible for. So that's just piece number 1 of the equation. In general, I think it is probably easier here, Melissa, to not think of it as a crediting system. They're not doing a bird by bird piece of the equation. What they're doing is they're setting up the standards for a program that is able to meet multiple different needs. Based on the tables that are in the HCP, it's variable about how many water birds go through SOS in any given year. Now, some of those may be take from someone else, and ultimately those entities are responsible for that take, period. But there's also plenty of birds that go through there that are injured from an unknown source, have botulism, have some other disease. They are rehabbed and released through the SOS program and put back out and are contributing to the population that way. So essentially what the mitigation strategy here is to ensure that there is a viable SOS program, which then allows for other monies to potentially scale up that program or do other things with those monies, like infrastructure improvements or those kind of nature. Now, I do think that it's a little bit more complicated for either the Fish and Wildlife Service funding or the state funding that is provided that is not tied to any other HCP or something along those lines. But generally speaking, the numbers here are such that there's many more birds coming out of the program than what the annual take rate is So I'm not all that concerned about it, but it is not a per bird crediting system. It is ensuring the viability of an absolutely essential program. And that's the conservation strategy at play. I don't know if that helps or not, Melissa.
That's helpful, thank you. So this comment then that was made, that's captured in ESRC comment for Jason, maybe you can help me remember, or maybe this was the week that Afshin was here, is essentially with Michelle's comment on the table, does this comment essentially get struck? Because it comes from a misunderstanding, or I don't know if between Jason and Afshin we can get, I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it's fine for seabirds, but then for the water birds, it's a little bit more confusing, and I would want a little bit more clarity on it, I guess. I do get, like they're trying to provide funding to the facility so it can actually operate, and that's great. But we have the data for birds coming in, and it would just be it would be advantageous to be able to see that information and to somehow see some sort of accounting. I just, it's a hard one for me. I don't know, Afshin, did you have anything?
Yeah, I think the way the HCP is written for the water bird, the rationale is that so many birds are coming out of SOS that are being rehabilitated and released, and that is what they are assuming their mitigation benefit is for their water bird take. So I think there should, at minimum, be an accounting of the number of, each year, how many water birds have assumed to have taken from power lines, and then the offset for that year, so that we're keeping pace with mitigation based on the impact.
And it will change over time too, so that's what.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's actually something that is already a requirement for them to report.
It is, yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Yeah, we're required to report take of each of the covered species annually. That's estimated, and then the amount of SOS recoveries and releases for all of the covered species. We do have in chapter 4, here is conservation measure 3 in chapter 4 that shows the accounting and the total number of birds brought to SOS. We also have in the effects analysis, chapter 5, the estimated average in release into the future for each of these species. So that's our target. And so you'll be able to see with each annual report, are we meeting the target? Are we below it? Are we above it? And assess how we're performing that way.
So then I guess the other complication, if for example, fish and I think this is where the comment is coming from. If we're giving money for, say, Nene specifically that we're bringing to SOS, or Fish and Wildlife Services giving money for a botulism outbreak at their refuge, then they're essentially paying for that specific rehabilitation of those birds that you are accounting full credit for. I think that's part of it.
To the future, no. I mean, there's no permit right now. So once implementation begins, we will be working with SOS to properly account for the funding that KIUC is providing for each of the covered species, covered birds, and the benefits that their program provides only for KIUC. So, I mean, to me, this is an implementation question. It's a good one, but I don't think it's one we're going to solve today, because it's about the internal accounting at SOS regarding the funding they happen to have in every given year.
Okay, so I didn't realize that you would be reporting on it in that way, which is good to hear.
I also do want to clarify, Afshin, that I have confirmed with SOS that the majority of the funds that come into SOS are not dedicated funds. They go into their general fund. If they were to get some dedicated funding that went something specific, like, for example, botulism, that amount of funding would very unlikely support everything that's needed for that program to be in place to address botulism. So what the KIUC funding is doing is ensuring that that program is there and operational so that birds with botulism can be brought in. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yep, I think we can move on to the next, because we'll see this information coming down the pipe eventually, so that I feel confident, I feel better about that.
Okay, great. So next comment number 5 is about considering off-island translocation of Newell shearwater as an additional adaptive management measure. I think for the second part of this comment, we may have already addressed it, and just to correct the statement there, it's just under 2,000 acres at the 12 conservation sites, not 1,900 hectares. But before I go through the bullets, I think it actually would be helpful to hear from Mark again, to read Andre's response and just his expert opinion about translocation as it may fit into this HCP.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me again?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so this is Andre's writing. Translocation is undoubtedly an important tool for seabird conservation. As long as there is clear and defined reasons for this to occur, and the sites where the birds are being translocated to are well chosen, with all these variables in mind, including, the breeding habitat is suitable for them. There's no competing species that could extirpate them. However, translocation, particularly for endangered seabirds, is not an action that should be taken lightly, as it involves considerable expense, time, logistics, and people power, and has higher impacts to birds than social attraction. This is Andre still, having been directly and extensively involved in the Nahoku translocation project, where Andre's team was responsible for finding the burrows, monitoring the burrows, and pulling the birds out of the burrows to get them down to Nahoku. The experience has made me concerned about the efficacy of translocation for these two species, particularly the Newell shearwater. To date, as far as I'm aware, only one translocated Newell shearwater chick has returned to the site, and none have successfully bred in the site, even though the last birds were translocated in 2020, so more than 5 years ago. It's not clear why this is the case, as the project utilized the same techniques as those in New Zealand. All project partners were trained in New Zealand, and the technique is a viable method for initiating new colonies for seabirds around the world. All chicks translocated for both species were extracted prior to their emergence from the burrow, and this was based on cameras that were on the burrows, to limit the chance the birds return to their natal colony. However, as of now, it does not appear that this is a successful technique for the Newell shearwater in particular. So this is Andre still. I would therefore suggest that rather than using an expensive, logistically complex technique that involves taking chicks from protected areas where they're doing well and moving them to places where their future is entirely uncertain, projects on other islands should first consider social attraction. And Andre is presenting Hanapu and Poakea as good examples of this method working. We have birds breeding in both those sites and birds paired up. And so those two social attractions are doing quite well in under 5 years. This is Andre again. That being said, it is my understanding that adding translocation into the KIUC HCP would result in a rewording of the biological goals, objectives, and metrics, which would result in major delays in the process. It is in the best interest of the seabirds and their long-term conservation that the process not delayed any further.
Thanks, Mark. And maybe just to finish the picture, Lindsay, before you may want to respond, I'll just run through these bullets. There's only some overlap with what Mark just read. And I know the suggestion here is to include off-island translocation as an additional adaptive management measure, but KIUC is uncomfortable with that, in large part based on what Mark just read. And we do think including it as adaptive management could be a major rewrite. And we also know that this doesn't preclude translocation from still happening. And the DOFAW, Fish and Wildlife Service, someone else is still free to pursue that as a viable approach. And KIUC is happy to work with the agencies at that time if it's proposed. But we just are not at all comfortable including it now in the HCP because it also, frankly, somehow suggests that the conservation sites and the social attraction that are all working so well, it suggests that they may not work so well. And it's not proven for these species in our minds enough to rely on it as even an adaptive management measure at this time. So that is our position.
Okay, thank you for reading that. My comment with this, there's two parts of it. The main one is philosophical. We know that 90, probably closer to 95+% of this entire species for newels, well, it was a different story, nest on the island of Kauai. We know that best management practices for seabirds anywhere is to have multiple populations and multiple locations. When you're in an island ecosystem that's as small as Hawaii, that means multiple islands to prevent against extinction. And so leaving the fate of a single species functionally to the management of a utility company, I think is really risky because we are leaving it to the fate of a single entity. The point that KIUC understands state or federal agencies may conduct translocation, they'll work to accomplish those goals, is not really true. We did try this in 2023 independently. We had full funding to move birds to Lanai to accomplish exactly this independent of the HCP, and KIUC said they would not support that. So unless you've changed your position, you actually already killed a project that would have accomplished a conservation objective independent of this HCP. So I think having it as adaptive management is worthwhile. Yes, the outcomes at Nihoku have not been what we anticipated them to be. I ran that entire project. Andre was a sub under it to provide the birds, but we actually managed the raising of the birds. It tells you how little we know about the expectations and the outcomes of these seabirds. We followed everything, did everything right according to the closely related species we had data on, and we still did not get the outcomes and returns we were hoping for. And that's what I'm trying to convey in terms of the risk of everyone in this HCP assuming best case scenarios. We've already shown that when we're trying new management techniques with species, they don't always respond in the same way we think we do. And so hedging our bets and making sure that there's at least the option to pursue that, and at the very least explicit language, not that KIUC will work with agencies. It's essentially giving KIUC power to say yes or no to conservation for the good of this species as an entity rather than for the collective good. And so I worry about having language, anything related to that in there that reduces the options for management agencies in the future.
Lindsay, I'm sorry, but I never had a conversation with you about the 2023 project. I don't recall going on the record for KIUC with you about the 2023 project. I did have a discussion with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and voiced our concerns about the return rate at Nihoku. And I am very clear that if the agencies choose to do a translocation project, KIUC does not have a say in that. We do not get to say yes or no. The agencies, if they choose to implement a project and they choose to take those birds from KIUC conservation sites, they would coordinate with KIUC and we would work out ways to address how that would be reflected in KIUC's ability to meet the biological goals and objectives of the HCP, but that we would not have the option of saying yes or no. So I don't know where you got the
It
impression.
may have been 2022, and Don, you were not involved in those discussions. It was Andre representing the group. I'm more than happy to forward the meeting minutes and everything like that.
So
But
I
we
just
did
want
approach this.
I want to clarify. I know that Andre has very strong opinions about translocation. We do talk with him frequently. He does coordinate with me, but I want to be very careful about when you say KIUC did not agree. That is different than Andre not agreeing. So I
Andre
do
was the
make that
representative in that case, so I think that's between the two of you.
okay. I was not aware of that, so thank you for letting me know. Again, my understanding is we don't get to say yes or no to recovery projects. And I want to emphasize, including translocation in the HCP would be a complete rewrite of the biological goals and objectives and the conservation strategy, because under the guidance of the agencies, our HCP is tied to a viable metapopulation on Kauai.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why we propose an alternative as putting it into adaptive management, recognizing it's not going to give you a lot of credits. And I know that that is, a high concern to make sure we're achieving the objectives, but I don't think it should be written off completely. Because again, we're putting the fate of this species in your hands. We need to include things that potentially include off-island mitigation if it comes up for it.
Michelle, I saw you go off mute. Did you want to add something to the discussion? And Sherry,
I
you're
did, but
maybe
I see
unmuted.
Sherry. Sherry, do you want to go first? Is there anything that you want to add?
I think that was a mistake.
I just want to go on the record here and say that while we certainly value KIUC's participation in the conservation of seabirds, the agencies have the ultimate discretion about what constitutes appropriate recovery actions, and it is on the agency's shoulders to define what those actions are going to be and how they get implemented, and the ultimate decision how to implement, and any kind of compliance associated with those. And while we would certainly be coordinating with KIUC if any of that overlapped with KIUC's sites in the HCP, they don't have a go, no go role in determining recovery actions for seabirds across Hawaii, period. Nor does any applicant or permittee.
What about just on Kauai Island?
No.
Okay, so make sure, because you said all of Hawaii.
Sorry. For a listed species.
I think too, from Andre's perspective, moving birds around and spreading them out is a great strategy. But you want to do that in a way that's going to be successful. So moving them, for example, to an area where wedge-tails can beat them up is a risk and should be considered, or anywhere else where there might be a lot of competition. And on top of that too, we do have newels now on Maui, and I would love to see more support for that project.
I just wanted to make the comment that what I was talking about yesterday, which I know is not reflected in this meeting, but it's how or what would it look like if DOFAW implements its own management goals that may or may not have some kind of an impact on this HCP. And one of the things I had in mind was, what if we decided to do translocation of some kind? And how would that impact this HCP? But it's a completely separate management goal that doesn't really impact this HCP. It's not meant to impact it because it's already, a goal that we may or may not have established. So that, I just wanted to reiterate that that's kind of one of those things I was talking about yesterday when I brought this subject up, that, DOFA's management actions could have an impact, and I hadn't really thought about that prior to the discussion. Thanks.
Thanks. Sherry, can you clarify what meeting you're referring to that happened yesterday?
It was the KIUC, help me out here.
Kavika, it was just an internal coordination meeting between U.S. Fish and Wildlife, DOFA, and KIUC, just reviewing the current status of things and addressing some outstanding comments that that DOFA had.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think our position is unchanged, Lindsay, about this. We're still very uncomfortable identifying translocation specifically as an additional adaptive management measure because it is such a big deal, because we think it would actually require a permit amendment, and that's not adaptive management. And the current plan is not designed, as Don said, to move birds to other islands or address broader recovery goals. KIUC's goal is to fully offset the impacts of their taking of New Shearwater and contribute a net benefit. Their goal is not, and as their regulations don't require them to recover the species. This is not a recovery plan. Those kinds of recovery actions on top of this HCP would be done by the agencies and others. And I'll just point out too that that's part of why we included this new section in Chapter 3 to provide some context that there are other conservation actions occurring on Kauai for these species. Granted, they're not at the scale of this HCP. We understand that. But KIUC is not the only actor when it comes to conservation of these species.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I just want to acknowledge Michelle's comment. I think that's important for the record, given the scope of the conservation that KIUC is proposing, that it needs to be done in conjunction with other management actions. And if birds need to be taken or managed from those sites, KIUC should not be preventing that in order for the state and federal agencies to achieve the recovery objective for that species, because they cooperated with Nihoku, but not on future proposed translocations, which would have literally cost them nothing. So I just want to make sure that we don't set the precedent of, again, having a utility company control the outcome of an entire species.
Yeah, fair enough. And I think there's actually some regulatory support for that statement, because one of the findings that needs to be made for at least the federal permit is that the recovery of the covered species cannot be precluded. That is a key finding that Fish and Wildlife Service must make in their biological opinion. So certainly that is a standard that has to continue to be met throughout the implementation.
I think also from the species point of view, if we pull from safe colonies versus colonies that are unprotected, we're moving the safest birds already to an unknown outcome. Whereas I think we could think about looking for birds that are vulnerable right now on Kauai and moving those ones.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to get into mechanics of translocation. We tried that technique 10 years ago, Mark, and we could not find enough in unprotected colonies, but that's a side conversation.
So Jason, if it's all right, I think I'll move to comment 6, which I think is also Lindsay's, so that'll take advantage of here.
But just to share one last thought before we move on, the fact that Fish and Wildlife Service is going to review that, it's possible that a statement can be memorialized in the document, saying that these things may happen, and it's up to the state and our Fish and Wildlife Service that these actions may happen. I don't know how we would do that, but it sounds like that review is already gonna happen and take place, or evaluation will take place, so. But it would be, I think it would be advantageous to have it memorialized in the document, just so when we look back on these things, we can see that, yep, it's right here. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's something we can consider. I think that's a good idea. All right, I'll move to comment 6.
We have one more hand up with the Kauai
sorry.
branch manager, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry to belabor this, but I've heard several comments say, moving healthy birds in protected habitats to non-protected habitats is risky. And I guess my thinking is, why would we move them to non-protected habitats? And I think this has come up with the idea, if we were to translocate them to areas that are highly protected. And so the risk could possibly be, there could be less risk into the new locations versus the existing ones. So I guess I was just wondering why we're assuming the new location would be more risky or less protected. I just thought I heard Mark allude to that.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be necessarily riskier, but if there are wedge-tails nearby or the terrain is not suitably steep or the right vegetation for the species or the other interspecific competition is not taken into account, you could be moving birds to somewhere, if wedge-tails were present, to get beat up and kicked out of their burrows. So that's what I meant by that.
Are there no wedge-tails up in Kauaʻi areas and Nepali?
Sorry, I think it's helpful to clarify. I don't think we're actually debating a specific translocation here. I think that Lindsay's concern was that that there was an understanding KIUC doesn't have the ability to prohibit the state deciding to translocate birds, but there's no specific translocation in or out of protected areas on the table currently. Correct, Lindsay? You're referring to the right to do so by the state, and that's not precluded by this HCP. So I just want to clarify. I think, yeah.
Thank you. We can move on.
All right, so the next comment is about social attraction and comparing the success of that with landscape level predator control. The comment is specifically, consider focusing more on landscape level predator control instead of establishing new social attraction sites or additional predator-proof fences. And maybe I'll just go through these points first, and then I know Mark has a response as well from Andre that he'll read. And just pointing out again, I know I'm a broken record on this, but the components of the conservation strategy are based on many years of collaboration with the federal and state agencies on its design. This comment about somehow or suddenly switching the balance of landscape level predator control versus social attraction is in conflict with the direction we've received from the agencies in the past and currently, and with actual ESRC comments we received in 2 years ago. So there was actually the opposite concern back then, that there were not enough social attraction sites and they weren't big enough. So just to maybe level set on where we are in implementation, and remember that this plan for the covered seabirds is essentially 95% implemented already. There's only one predator exclusion site not yet constructed. The other 3 are built. 2 have been built for several years, as Mark said. 1 is newly completed. The Upper Manoa Valley predator exclusion fence is still under construction, will be done next year. So changing the number of sites or their configuration would be a major change to the plan that we're not willing to consider. And I'm not sure what focusing more means, but I guess from our perspective, the HCP does already emphasize strongly landscape level predator control at the conservation sites. 99% of the conservation site area is outside of predator exclusion fences. In other words, only 1% of the physical area, of at least the surface area, is in these 4 predator exclusion fences. And they have been cited very carefully. I just want people to be aware that, and because of that, we do have high confidence in their long-term success. They are in close proximity to known flyways. We have seen, as Mark said, numerous sightings at those 2 sites already after only just 5 years. And they are ahead of schedule in producing breeding pairs. So maybe with that, Mark, I'll turn to you to read Andre's response.
Before Mark reads, I did just want to clarify one thing. So the status of fences. So 2 fences were constructed before and completed before KIUC took over the operation. That's Pohakea and Honopu. And the Upper Limahuli fence is about half. The construction has been completed by about half. But Upper Manoa has not yet been started, but we have proceeded in the we have to do an application with OCCL for that, and that application is in process. So I just wanted to clarify the status of construction on the fences. Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. The comment I see on the ESRC screen and the comment I have are slightly different, but essentially Andre's trying to address the value of social attraction sites. And so in terms of there being too many or it not being the best strategy for this project, yes, we've already had great success at the 2 that are active right now. One is in a concentrated colony, so birds are probably moving from very nearby into that protected fence zone, so they have double protection. They have landscape scale, pred control, and the fence. And then at Honopu, they're being drawn in from colonies that are below them on the cliffs. And so that both sites are working pretty nicely already. One of the reasons for the success of these is they're both in suitable terrain, good breeding habitat, adjacent to large breeding colonies of newel shearwaters, and they're on flyways. So one of the concerns that was raised in the last ESRC meeting was that the SAS sites could potentially draw birds out of adjacent HCP management areas. For Honopu SAS site, as already discussed, the birds most likely are to be drawn in from unmanaged colonies along the Nepali. So these birds are then gaining protection behind the fence. For Pohakea, they're coming from the nearby sites, including the cliffs on the Nepali coast, which are unmanaged. So the closest seabird management area to it is the Hanakapiai management area, which is located above Hanakapiai Valley. This contains moderate numbers of newel shearwaters. Data collected from the 10 acoustic sensors deployed at this site annually throughout the KIUC HCP has shown steady increase at this site for the newel shearwater rather than a decrease, further highlighting the lack of impact of SAS at the nearest management sites. Andre goes on to say, unlike translocation, social attraction does not rely on expensive and logistical complex actions that remove birds from sites where management is working and placing them in another where the future is uncertain. So it is also significantly more risk-free and involves less impact to the birds to conduct social attraction. Andre also wants to tackle comparisons with New Zealand, just that New Zealand has a much larger landscape, and because apparently there are rules in New Zealand about how close social attraction can be to each other. So with such a constrained island such as Kauai, we don't think that rules such as this should be applied on Kauai. Additionally, it's worth highlighting another reason why the HCP includes the social attraction sites. These sites, which all sit within large management areas, act as an additional fail-safe for the protection of other species. As we all know, shearwaters and petrels can nest in very high densities, as they do in many of the HCP management sites. So small areas protected by predator-proof fences can hold large numbers of breeding pairs. They're also expected to have higher reproductive success rates than surrounding management areas. Therefore, in the extreme scenario where another COVID pandemic occurred or something similar, and management was not able to continue for extended period of time, at least there would be 4 areas where the birds would remain safe from invasive mammals until management actions could resume in the wider area. The addition of multiple predator-proof fences within the HCP is also in line with recommendations made by the agencies during multiple previous ESRC meetings. That's it from Andre.
Thanks, Mark. I just had one comment, or two. One, I think you guys do an amazing job out there, all the contractors, and you guys really know what you're doing. But one question I just had, and so I don't keep thinking about it, is you guys are probably making great assumptions that birds are coming from one area into the social attraction site, but how do you guys know this? Are birds banded or satellite transmitters? How do you know that assumption is, 100%?
Well, we do not, but you would assume that the birds would have to hear the social attraction site to come into it. So they at least have to be flying over or breeding within earshot of the area.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate what I said last time. I've built the majority of the predator fences in the state. I was the one that chose Hanapu and Pohakea as part of a site selection exercise under a NIFWIF grant in 2018. And I think those are great. I think the existing sites you have are good and they're working, and that is awesome. To me, building an Upper Manoa and Upper Limahuli within existing colonies does not make sense. These fences are really difficult to maintain. And from a cost perspective, like taking aside the bird factor, the cost perspective and logistics associated with that are huge. And so if the applicant wanted to save money, I think dollar for dollar, you're going to get more bang for your buck by doing more predator control. So it is up to you on whether you want to do that. But given the marginal difference in reproductive success and then the time lag associated with nesting in those fences, it does not seem worth it to expand it. And yes, this contradicts collaboration and advice from Fish and Wildlife and DOFAW, but we only did the review about 6 months ago is when it came out. So this is based on the most recent data we have on the efficacy of all the predator fences in the state.
Lindsay, I'll just jump in and say what I said the last meeting. If we had had this feedback in 3 years ago, or if you had been at the ESRC meetings in 2023 and shared this about social attraction, the outcome might have been different. But those 4 fences are included in the plan at the request of the agencies and in response to direct ESRC comments from the 2023 meetings. So it wasn't really the KIUC.
Donna gave a whole presentation in 2022 on exactly this to ESRC with the preliminary data. So, I mean, yeah, it's out there, it wasn't in a paper form.
I mean, this is another situation where we get conflicting guidance from different experts, and it's really difficult to balance and navigate that. And I think we made many of the same arguments that you're voicing today, in that landscape predator control is so successful. These fences are expensive and they have an impact. But we are 6+ years into the second draft of this plan, and to remove fences now is a major change in the BGOs and the conservation strategy that don't think anyone wants to do. Or the delays associated with that are extensive. So I very much appreciate all the points you made. In many ways, the data that I see is consistent with what you're saying. And these 4 sites we were asked to include, we included in response to the guidance we received. And here we are. They aren't the majority. They don't make up the majority of the acres. If they aren't successful, we think that adaptive management will deal with that. We have specific triggers in adaptive management to deal with if these sites are not working in the way that we anticipate, adaptive management will be triggered and we will need to respond. So from my perspective, if this problem does play out in the way you're describing and these other two sites are not successful in the ways that we anticipate, that will get picked up in adaptive management and addressed through adaptive management.
So just weigh in here. So I appreciate everything you just said, Don, but some of what you said doesn't comport with my recollection. What I remember is that when this was first brought to ESRC, the predator-proof fence was supposed to be for all of Upper Limahuli, which I was very supportive of. And then there was a transition to the predator-proof fence being this tiny little area. And I remember being really surprised by that. And I don't remember ESRC actually weighing in on that change. It just kind of happened. I'm guessing in consultation with the agencies, but I don't really remember ESRC having a chance to weigh in on that change. I'm wondering if any other members or DOFAW staff can help with the timeline here.
I just, want to clarify that change happened because we were told by the entity constructing the fence that fencing the entire facility was not feasible. That was the contractor constructing the fence advised against fencing the entire site for multiple reasons. Erosion, steep slopes, slope instability.
Okay, okay, that got it. But I just want to clarify. My understanding is that when ESRC approved the Upper Limahuli fence, it was the whole valley, and that sounded really good. I'm not sure that ESRC agrees that there's the same benefit of going to relatively small fence within an already protected area.
I'd have to go back to the actual presentations from 2023 KIUC. I remember that at the time, there were a couple of staff members on the agency's side that were really, really wanting to go back to the bigger fence approach, and were advocating for that pretty strongly. Lindsay, I remember at the time though that we were also kind of debating this, is that really necessary given everything that we even knew about fences at that point, about how hard it was to be able to maintain fences, particularly fences of that acreage, and to actually maintain biosecurity provisions for them. And again, I'd have to go back to the notes on this, but there was a big debate about, small predator-proof fences versus really large predator-proof fences versus the value, the reproductive output that we were getting from landscape level predator control at that time. Now, obviously, we're, almost 3 years later. And unfortunately, HCPs just don't move as fast as the information that we're getting, right? We have more information now than we even did in 2023. And our understanding of social attraction and fence building in the state has radically shifted over the last 10 years, thanks mostly to the work of Lindsay and all the folks that are working on Kauai and Lanai and to some extent Maui as well. And thank goodness we have better information to go on. But for this case, right now, I think we've got a couple different choices. One is that we could overhaul the conservation strategy for this HCP. And I'm just going to be honest, that's probably going to necessitate a complete reworking of conservation sites and planning. And it's probably going to take 2 to 3 years to work on what those details would look like. Maybe not entirely, maybe some of that goes faster, but there's NEPA analysis that comes into it. You got to plan out what it is. You got to rework the modeling to figure out all the different components. And I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm questioning whether or not that's the best interest of the species, given the situation that we're in right now. The other option is we move forward with the conservation strategy that we've got in front of us, potentially with some minor tweaks. and we work through implementation and adaptive management to see things as we see them in real time. There are pros and cons to both of those approaches. I just want to be upfront with where we're at, but the information is moving. The good information that we've got on seabirds, fencing, and predator control is moving faster than this HCP can keep up with. This HCP takes into account as much as it possibly can. Then the question becomes, where do we go from here? But this is going to keep happening, right? Even if this was permitted today, which it won't be, but even if it was permitted today, 50 years is a long time. Things are going to shift, both on the landscape and for the species, and in terms of the technology, tools, and techniques and technical expertise that we have to work with. This thing has to be able to adapt to those changing conditions in real time. Think about where we were a decade ago. Goodness, think about where we were 15 years ago on seabirds and on landscape level predator control, both pieces. Our world has changed for the better.
Thank you,
All
Michelle.
right, sorry, I'm going to get off my soapbox for a second.
That was
but
a great speech, Michelle. I think the question still remains
agreed. Question still remains. Some of this is a judgment call, y'all.
I
But
think
this is
a while
the
back,
position that's put in front for us.
I think DOFAW recommended the fencing, and this is before I was here too, and adaptive management's there, so it can play out if anything happens, and so I think we don't need to. A rewrite of this HCP would take a long time, and right now all the actions that are happening are really helping the species, and I think we should continue to move forward.
I think part of the huge challenge and why we're having trouble imagining a world in which we, well, some of us, I think what gives a lot of us pause and causes us to take a big breath is that 50 years. And the fact that to even get to an approval has taken so long, that the confidence we have in the speed of adaptive management without specifics in place, right? Everything written in is, we're going to spend on this. We're going to have meetings. We're going to evaluate. Well, as we can see, information changes quickly and decisions need to be made. And so can I just ask the elephant in the room question, which is there any room for this not being 50 years, but being 30 or 20 or something? Like, is there any room for a shorter permit period? I know, Michelle, you're like gaspy in the background, but I'm just...
No, it's a valid question, right?
What I remembered
think...
is that there's no way for them to actually bring these things back. They needed 50 years to show that they were bringing it out of a trajectory of extinction.
But no one has confidence because of the huge error bars moving into the future.
Yeah, but I think the problem is we don't know how to do that if you can't do that within 30 years, then you can't get a HCP, is I think part of what the concern has been. My understanding is, my memory is correct.
Okay, it's just...
Yeah, if you look at, so Melissa, I know you weren't here this morning, but David walked through kind of the different modeling scenarios that underlie the conservation strategy of the HCP, right? And looking at that stable trend scenario versus the worst case scenario, and thinking of those as sort of the extreme upper bound and the extreme high bound of what we expect to see. The reality is likely going to be somewhere in the middle, but we can't exactly identify exactly where that's going to be, but it's going to be in there. The challenge is that if we can't, David, you're probably going to have to help me here, but like in the stable trend scenario, they can get to the biological goals and objectives, I think, with it even before 30 years. But that's the extreme upper bound of what we would expect to happen. And so you realistically need that, 30 to 50 year time frame in order to have fairly good certainty that those biological goals and objectives are able to be reached. I don't know if if anyone wants to kick me under the table and rephrase what I just said and get it right for me, please go ahead. But like, that's how I think of this is in order to get to where we need to be, they're long-lived species. We have to have that time in order to have confidence. Now, at the end of the day, Melissa, what you're referring to though, is that if we don't have the confidence, if they're not meeting their goals, if they're not meeting the standards that are in their HCP, then they have to amend. There is a trigger in there, right? This isn't just a do good things for 50 years and let's just see where we end up in the end point. Like they have clear triggers that they have to meet over the course of those 50 years.
Yeah, I
It's a
mean,
compliance issue,
yeah.
right? And if they're not meeting it, then they're out of compliance. And right now they are incentivized for remaining in compliance. But if they ever not in compliance, then it is on the agency's shoulders to either suspend or revoke their permit.
And I hear you on that. I think I've been on this committee through the approval of the 9-participant HCP. And, you know, we had those first couple of years where it was like the compliance was just awful. It was just awful. It was like it wasn't taken seriously for the first couple of years. And so I guess, and then it's us having to just hammer on this every time we've got annual reports. So I'm not seeing a great history of, I don't have a lot of faith in the adaptive management process and the fact that change would happen fast enough to prevent the extinction of the species. I'll just be really plain about this. I need to have confidence that changes can happen fast enough to prevent extinction. And I don't think the 10-year history or 15-year history of KIUC on this gives us a whole lot of confidence. So it's their own history on this that is giving me pause and wanting stronger reassurances written into the HCP, because when I would ask questions in the annual reviews, I would be told, oh, that's not written into the HCP. That's going to require an amendment. So we're at a pre-approval point here. I want to see things written in. I want more.
Yes. Hey, Melissa, with a whole lot of respect, I do just want to caution that every applicant is different. And I know that we have all been through the ringer on other HCPs, but I just want to caution here, like KIUC is very invested in trying to move forward on this. They have been working really closely on it. This is a big, unwieldy document. And I get it. There's been a lot of things that this committee has had to deal with.
Yeah, and I
We
want
got to look at KIUC as an independent.
proposing
as an
anything
independent
new. That's important to remember, right? Is KIUC has been implementing the conservation measures for the seabirds for 15 years.
Without a permit, without
a permit for most of that time. And these are proven approaches. They have been reporting all that information at annual meetings every year since 2016, even though they didn't have to. The only thing that's new in this conservation plan is the sea turtle conservation measure. That is the only thing that hasn't been done on Kauai, although it's been done in similar ways in other places. So I really don't think, Melissa, that it's fair to compare plans where applicants are starting new things they've never done before, they've never reported on before. KIUC has a pretty strong track record, and I think there's a lot of people who would support that.
That's a fair call. My apologies for implying that it's the same. What I am trying to state is that it makes me nervous when I see an adaptive management plan that instead of, when you have a 15-year history, then there should be an ability to make a pretty strong prediction about what kinds of actions might need to be taken to address concerns as they come up. You do have a long-running history, so why can't you be more specific in the HCP about what you'll do when projects arise? Because you're not a spring chicken on this, you're right. So that's what I'm really asking for. I don't think we should have to spin on a wheel if problems arise.
Just to pop in here a little bit, because I will say one thing that has, at least for us as a contractor, changed since we've been working on this, which is not quite from the inception, but for a fairly long period, was the implementation of the adaptive management framework. I think was about 3 years ago now. And I will say that, again, we have been operating with the framework as it is currently written. And it has already, I would say, elevated our vigilance about what is happening at the sites and our responses to it, in our attempts to keep metrics away from trigger points, specifically reproductive success rates. And so over the, and one example of this is North Bog has been approaching its trigger point in reproductive success rates over the past couple of years. And it's been a steady downward trend for a couple of years now. This wasn't something we were even kind of keeping as close of track on before the adaptive management framework was written and presented to us. And it's something that we're now have in place and are acting as if it, just as all of our implementation, we're acting as if it was part of an HCP that we are adhering to. And it has been, we have implemented multiple attempts to fix the North Bog falling reproductive success rates in a couple different ways, and oftentimes multiple treatments at once, which does make it harder to disentangle which is working. But I will say that the adaptive management framework as it is written is causing us to implement annual changes in our predator control programs to attempt to address those reproductive success rates falling. And it has been something different every year. And I do think, especially from a predator control standpoint, having prescribed actions prior are going to be difficult to implement successfully. I do think the way it is written now, where we have to present a plan in the annual report on an annual basis, and then the following annual report present on whether we implemented that plan and what results it produced, has been the most robust type of responses we've had to changing reproductive success at the sites in the 10 years that I've worked on this project.
Thank you.
I
for
also
your-
Oh, go ahead, Dawn.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to what Kyle said in terms of the adaptive management. He's right. 3 years ago, we started implementing adaptive management as if the HCP was in place, and working with contractors as soon as we got data in from contractor reports on at the end of each season to evaluate that data and determine if we were even close to triggering an adaptive management metric, and working through together to figure out what we think may be going wrong and what we might do differently. I also do want to say, also on the minimization side, we've been very adaptive and responsive to data. We received the span by span strike estimates in 2020 and immediately launched an island-wide minimization plan based on that data. Many actions started in 2020. And once technology evolved, just even in those few years, to allow LEDs to be installed by drones. And so we were able to expand the LED installation, even changing the minimization plan that we had already set up. So from my perspective, the adaptive management strategy is working actually quite well. And we are quickly responsive to the data. And we do see results when we make those changes.
Danica, you had a question?
I just wanted to make a quick comment. Hi, everyone. Deputy Attorney General Danica Patel. I just wanted to note that while I think KIUC's historical efforts are relevant, obviously, to this conversation, the HCP and actions they've been taking have not been approved by the ESRC or the Board of Land and Natural Resources. So to refer to them as if they are legally approved and approved through the proper mechanisms, I think is a bit misleading. So the fact that they have been working well, or KIUC itself thinks that it's good enough, doesn't necessarily mean that it is under the law, because these haven't been approved and vetted by the agency. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I feel like this conversation might have moved away from a productive place. So maybe if Jason, you want to redirect.
Yeah, I would actually like to start getting some recommendations down so we have until 2:45 today. So folks are gonna have to leave in 40 minutes or so. So yeah, I would like to try to push forward. We may have to cut short what we're doing right now and just push right into recommendations so we can at least get something on the books while we have the group together.
Yeah. So Jason, I do have it's kind of still on this, but I'm trying to be productive, and this is all very important as to our recommendations, because I don't ever remember that the ESRC recommended that the Limahuli predator-proof fence was super tiny. I remember us thinking it was a good idea when it was a big thing. And then they jumped to a little thing because what the contractor said, okay, but I don't think we got a chance to weigh in on that. And so this is really the first opportunity that ESRC is weighing in on a relatively small predator-proof fence within an already protected area. And so when Lindsay brings up these concerns, I think they're completely valid, because this is the first time you've had a chance to say anything about this. So I really like the idea of moving on, because we haven't had a chance to say anything about this. This is our time. And I will reiterate that without a focus on the invasive species, we can't get there. And if spending all this money on a predator-proof fence won't do anything, won't actually make a difference, then let's shift the money to something that we know will, which is making sure the habitat is good.
Yep, I hear you, Kavika. Well, I mean, we can always start our recommendations in our next meeting if that's what we want to do. You know, we're going to have quorum and we're going to have a bunch of good folks at the table. So, you know, if you guys want to continue to explore, I just want to stay productive, and I'm not saying moving forward. I'm not saying your comments are not productive or anything like that. I'm not sure what happened back then when the fence was being discussed. I think it was between the contractor and the landowner over there. But I can't say for sure. So if this is something that we want to continue to explore, we can.
Yeah, well, I don't think that moving away from vegetation control, invasive vegetation control, and towards, instead of investing money into a predator-proof fence in an already protected area, that Lindsay, who is an expert, is dubious about, that's wise. So I would recommend against that.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be sure I understand Lindsay's comment. I think we're talking about degrees of success here. I don't think Lindsay's suggesting that the predator-proof fences are going to fail completely. That's certainly not what we're seeing in the sites that are already active for several years. It's just a question of degrees, right? There's disagreement about the relative benefits. And I don't think there's a definitive answer there. And I think that, again, that is the goal of the adaptive management program, is to weigh and consider longer term data sets, more information to, if needed, shift that balance of various conservation actions, both of which are already in the HCP. So it could be a question of later shifting the effort that we put into both of those. But they will both be very productive and very successful. I think we're talking about degrees here. And frankly, KIUC is not willing to entertain major changes at this point unless there is very good reason to do so. And we're just not seeing that.
David, I mean, I've said my piece, it will save money, and it's clear from the response to everything that you value your consultants' recommendations significantly more than those that are putting recommendations here. So our goal is to get this approved. It's to be in the best interest conservation of the species, as well as save you hassle of coming back in the long run so that we don't have to go through adaptive management. So that's the intent of the comments.
I just want to clarify that 2 of the fences are already constructed and operational. 1 fence is half constructed. The only fence that construction isn't even started is Upper Manoa. So the majority of the fencing has been done, or yeah, majority of the work on the fencing has been done.
And Ms. Huff, was that pursuant to a ESRC and board approved HCP and ITL?
No.
Okay, so that was a voluntary
That wasn't
action for the
pursuant to
law of
an
justice,
approved.
correct?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
These actions you've been taking are voluntary actions and result of the Earth Justice lawsuit, correct?
No, these actions that we are taking were consistent with what is in the draft. We have been working at the conservation sites in agreement with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and DOFAW to continue our conservation actions at the conservation sites, and we have expanded those consistent with what's in the draft HCP.
Correct, but that has not been approved by the ESRC and board. So any actions you took were at KIUC's own risk that they would or would not be included in a ESRC and board approved HCP. So it sounds what?
I didn't, yeah, okay.
Well, it said, you said that they were already built. One's gonna be finished soon or is gonna begin construction soon. So it doesn't sound like you're willing to make any changes at this point, but I'm a bit confused because your draft HCP was not approved by this committee or the board.
Removing predator exclusion fences at this point is a major change in the biological goals and objectives and the conservation strategy. It's a major rewrite. And I think what Michelle said earlier is exactly how we view it. That is a choice that we have here that involves years of delay. And we believe that the concerns about social attraction potentially not working can be dealt with in adaptive management. So we don't think that delay, we don't think making this change is worth that delay. We think if we believe these social attraction sites will be successful, if they aren't in the future, we believe the adaptive management strategy will address that.
If you're reaching the same success with productivity and the fence and the 1 fence that's left is not built, do you really have to change your BGO, your biological goals and objectives?
I think that we would need to talk with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and DOFAW about that, Jason. I honestly am not the right person to answer that. I think we would need the guidance of the agencies, particularly U.S. Fish and Wildlife, on that in terms of, yeah, I honestly don't know. We would have to coordinate with you all on that. I do also just want to remind everyone that the 2 social attraction sites that we are currently operating are very successful, more successful than we actually anticipated. So Lindsay may be right. In the future, we may have problems at Upper Manoa and or Upper Limahuli, but the data that we are seeing at the social attraction sites is indicating it's a successful conservation strategy and the growth is rapid, or the attraction to the site is rapid. So that's the data we have in hand. And I'm uncomfortable with your statement, Lindsay, that we're relying on our seabird experts more heavily than recommendations coming from you all. We're relying on the data we have, and yes, we do rely on our seabird experts, but we are hearing your recommendations. And again, many of these points are inconsistent, and we have to find some way forward with these inconsistent recommendations or data points that we're getting. We feel that the HCP is a balance of all the different viewpoints that we've received for the last 6+ years. So we're not going to make everyone happy. We're trying to find a balance in all of those. So I do think the adaptive management strategy will help if those sites, it will address those sites not working in the future, if that's what happens.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Dawn, and I appreciate that. I do just want to make a point that Hanapu and Pohakea were built with NIFWIF funds. Those were not built by KIUC. KIUC took over the management, so that is not a capital investment of the applicant, but you are doing active management that's working, and that is awesome. And my recommendation is not to tear those down. That was never brought up. It was to not proceed with things that are not underway. So specifically Upper Manoa Valley. And I recognize there's conflicting information, but that is the gist of adaptive management. We're getting new information because this technology is still relatively new, and we're trying our best to get the information out there into the published literature, into these presentations, so that you can conduct the best management possible for that. So that's the intent of the comments.
Okay, so we may have a new recommendation, and we'll get to that eventually. And that's what we're here for. That's what the ESRC is here for. I think we just continue to move forward. Yeah.
Yeah, happy to go to the next comment, Jason. And in fact, the next 2 are, I think, of interest to Kavika and probably others. Are you all right with that? Okay. So the next comment is on biosecurity protocols. This is actually something we talked quite a bit with DOFAW and Fish and Wildlife Service about over the last couple of days. So I think a next step is at least to us quite clear here. The comment is include comprehensive biosecurity protocols in the HCP and or land access permits and agreements, include little fire ants in that, and a detailed invasive vegetation control plan. And I think the key here is that KIUC is already implementing these biosecurity protocols at the conservation sites. We chose not to memorialize those in the HCP because they do actually change quite regularly. We want them to change regularly because they're being improved upon pretty routinely. And right now, KIUC will be working with DOFAW and Fish and Wildlife Service on some very specific comprehensive BMPs related to biosecurity, and KIUC is committed to developing a veg management plan with those detailed protocols in the first 2 years of the permit term. We know it's going to take some time to refine those, update those, document those to everybody's satisfaction. So that's not something we can do tomorrow, but we can put a deadline on that. And again, it's something KIUC is already implementing. And we welcome the feedback on how to improve and upgrade that program. Regarding protecting native plants and listed plants, there's the next slide covers this as well, but the goal is to avoid take of listed plants, and that's why we do not cover plants in the HCP because KIUC is always avoiding those measures that have any potential for take. And those biosecurity protocols will include that and document those methods. There is an appendix in the HCP already that documents some of those veg management protocols, but we know there's more that's not there, and that will be part of that vegetation management plan. And the HCP already does include funding for these actions, so that's no new funding is needed or identified for the HCP, and so I think that is addressed.
Hi folks, Jesse Adams here. I just wanted to add on to some things that David brought up with the BMPs because we have been working with him. Currently, we have a custom-made BMP for a little fire ant from Hawaii Ant Lab that we are looking to include in our packet. Additionally, we're working with the service to mesh both PIFWO and DOFA biosecurity protocols into one comprehensive document. We've proposed to the applicant that the agencies would update this document on a yearly basis, since we are the ones who are usually producing these protocols, just to make sure that they are following everything to the letter.
Could I request, I think one way to handle this would be if the site partners, maybe is the best way to say it, whether that's NEPM or Limahuli or whomever, has identified any biosecurity concerns over the last year, that be included in the annual report to ESRC, and that similar to any other adaptive management that does not require a permit amendment, that they will apply those recommended changes in the next year and report on how that's been addressed.
Yeah, some of this language can also go into permits that are being issued to the applicant, access permits, NEPM permits and things like that, but yeah, that.
Yeah, I get that, but I think what I'm wanting is for that to come to the report, that to be included in the annual report to us. So that essentially it's documented if there are any concerns regarding biosecurity that arise during the year. I know the spread of ants, of invasive species, of other kinds of concerns are important. And also if there were concerns, for example, impacts to native plants or invertebrates that occurred during the previous year, that would also give an opportunity for them to document those impacts, which is important information for ESRC if essentially everyone is uncomfortable with amending the permit to include that at this, or editing the permit to include those specifically at this point. So we just need to make sure that concerns are highlighted if they arise.
Heard, and we did have a fairly lengthy conversation on those kind of things, and I don't know, Jesse, if you wanted to fill in anything else, but the plan will address those things, and we did talk about reporting and response time and a bunch of different details like that. So
Yes, we're pushing for KIUC to have more collaboration and to kind of flesh out communication between KIUC and the branch when they notice invasive species. We're looking for a truncated timeline for those reports from what KIUC currently has in the HCP. And then I definitely really like your idea of having any partners in the KIUC HCP present biosecurity concerns and having those included in the annual report to you folks. And also KIUC is going to be working on a communication plan between DOFA and themselves, and to have that memorialized as a plan.
Excellent, thank you. I'm not requesting that they make a formal presentation, but simply that if there are any serious biosecurity concerns that arise during the course of the year, that's included in the report to the annual report to us. So that could be something written into the HCP. That's a sentence that could be added, and it's quite an easy edit.
All right, well, we'll work with DOFA on some of those specific editorial changes that may be proposed. I'm glad to hear some of the specifics here.
I also just wanted to put one little note out. Because we were gonna stop at 2:45, about probably in the next 10 minutes, I'd like to open it up for the public to see if there's any comments for the items and information that we've gone over so far. So let's say at 2:35, we can do that.
Okay, before I move off this slide, I'll just reiterate what I said in the very, very beginning when Jesse's slides were up, that biosecurity is usually in reference to preventing things that aren't established from getting in, whereas dealing with the existing invasive plants that are in there, making sure that their footprint is not expanding and hopefully shrinking, is more of a vegetation management, not biosecurity. So yeah, just reiterating that.
Yeah, great point. And in fact, the HCP in Chapter 7 has a change circumstance directed specifically at new invasive species and preventing that. And if anything is detected, reporting and responding to that immediately. So that is absolutely baked into the HCP. Jason, do you want me to go through this one as a last one before you begin the public comments?
Yeah, that would be fine, David. Thank you.
Okay, because I do think this one's related to the last one. And I think there was a concern expressed in December about effects to listed plant species being affected by the conservation actions and implementing measures to prevent that. And if take can't be avoided, plants should be considered as a covered species in this HCP. So as I said before, listed plants are not proposed for coverage right now because KIUC is implementing those measures to avoid take. We don't expect take of listed plants in the future. However, we will strengthen the provisions in the vegetation management plan in collaboration with Fish and Wildlife and DOFA to ensure that take avoidance is successful. But we did discuss with DOFA and Fish and Wildlife Service adding a new change circumstance to Chapter 7. It actually arose in the context of sea turtles, but I think it applies equally to listed plants, which is why I think it's going to be a helpful addition. And that is just accounting for the possibility of a listed species, plant or animal, not covered by the HCP that has newly a reasonable likelihood of take during implementation. So there'll be a notification requirement there, a requirement for KIUC to work with the service DOFA, and if it's a sea turtle DAR, to take a close look at those measures that are designed to avoid take, strengthen them if needed to make sure take is avoided. But if that's still not feasible, if take avoidance still is not likely to work and there is still a reasonable likelihood of take, directing KIUC to initiate a permit and license amendment to add that listed species to the HCP. So Jason and Jesse and Afshin, is that comport with what our discussion was?
Hi. Yes, yep. We did talk about these things based on what I've heard from DAR. For the sea turtles, this does work, and for the plants, this would work as well.
Any comments from ESRC members on this. Hopefully this addresses that concern that was expressed in December.
Okay, I think we're gonna go ahead and just open up to the public to see if we have any comments online or in Zoom.
We had one email, right?
We have one email.
So we have one email comment. This comes from Mimi Ulrey at Department of Aquatic Resources. She has 3 points that she would like to make today. One is DAR would like KIUC to acknowledge that nest shielding is not an exact science and provide a more robust plan to protect sea turtle hatchlings. Secondly, if sea turtle nests takes increase more than 1 nest per year, KIUC Adaptive Management Table 6.2, Conservation Measure 6, would within a minimum of a 2-year time frame start implementation of changing streetlights, wavelength, color, or shielding, or combination thereof. If an agreement is reached with the county and state on practicable street light minimization, KIUC will install practicable light minimization techniques within a time frame agreed upon by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, DOFAW, and Department of Aquatic Resources, consistent with Section 4.4.6.1. Identify and install practicable light minimization techniques. Third and final point, DAR requests KIUC to provide additional mitigation and/or adaptive management for sea turtles to include saving adult sea turtles from stranding and/or line entanglement and/or boat strike by sending them to a rehabilitation facility. This concludes Mimi's testimony.
Thank you, Jesse. Uma, thank you for being here. You have a question or a comment?
Yes. My camera is doing. Yes, I have just to comment on the conversations around the predator-proof fence sites. I know.
Sorry, Uma, could you state your name and for the record?
Yes, thank you. Uma Nagendra, I'm the Conservation Operations Manager and Ecologist at Limahuli Garden and Preserve and TBG. So I guess I will start out with in the HCP, Limahuli, Upper Limahuli is listed as one of the sites in the HCP as written. I know this has been stated in, guys, I know this has been stated in previous ESRC meetings, but just to reiterate that currently Limahuli does not have a land use agreement with KIUC. We are actually working on that and negotiating. We're working with KIUC to achieve that agreement, but currently we do not have one. So that is something to take into consideration in the ESRC HCP discussion. Specifically for the predator-proof fence sites, I know Dawn did mention that the fence is already half constructed at Upper Limahuli. The site selection and placement size was discussed extensively between many parties. And from our perspective, because the fence is already half constructed, we discussed many pros and cons of doing this project in the first place. We know that any construction comes with costs to the environment. That is a disturbance that we are incurring, as well as potentially, you know, any construction also has potential to introduce things, great disturbances. So we are already incurring the environmental cost, and changing course would, of course, prevent the benefit from happening. So we do caution against changing course at this stage. And just to kind of reiterate the importance of vegetation management and biosecurity through all of this, I know this is part of the conversation folks are having right now, that biosecurity helps to prevent new species from coming in, whether plants or animals. But vegetation management is a very important part of ensuring the demonstrable improvement to the species as a whole, as is necessary in the state endangered species language. And while vegetation management is mentioned in the HCP, we do believe that language could be stronger and in practice, much greater emphasis. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Uma. Do we have any other comments in the public online or?
I checked both and I didn't see.
No comment. So we have about, well, folks are gonna start dropping off here in a few more minutes. Do you guys want to stop here or try to get through one more item that was on the list, or we can revisit, we can pick up where we left off on February 6th? And this is to the ESRC committee.
I think it's a good place to cut it off. I don't want to open up another can of worms. Can't guarantee it'll be done in 8 minutes.
Okay. Did I ask if there's a, yeah, I did. Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, I second. We'll go ahead and take a vote to adjourn the meeting. If I can get aye or raise your hands and we'll count. And unanimous, so the motion passes to adjourn. The time now is 2:37 and the ESRC public meeting is adjourned. Thank you everyone for your time today and your dedication to this project, and we will to be continued. Thank you all.
Hey, Jason, before you cut out, and I know the meeting is adjourned, but can you remind us of the date that this potentially is coming back? I think Jesse said the first week of February, but I can't recall.
February 6th.
Okay.
2026. Sorry. Yeah, so that's the plan. We'll get meeting materials and everything out to everyone.
Okay.
Does anybody have questions on that? Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't have any questions. I just want to make sure that we're continuing to move through this.
Yeah, yeah, we've already pulled for this next meeting and we have quorum for it, so we should be ready to go. So
Awesome, thanks.
That's the plan. February 6th, continue KIUC second draft. Okay, thank you everyone, and we will be in communication here shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.